Morning, welcome back to Sewing Street. My name's Debbie and we're going to be with you for the next 4 hours celebrating Christmas this morning, I know. So we've got some great offers for you, got some fantastic hits. Now apologies for being a little bit late this morning, and we have had a little bit of a shifty around with the shows, so we're not exactly on schedule. So in this hour we're going to be looking at got some lovely fabrics for you. So this is all about Christmas fabrics, and I've just noticed a plate of mince pies. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and there's enough for everybody. In the second hour we have some brand new kits from Allison Marian. You've been getting ahead of the game already with those. We've got the alternative Christmas crackers, the Christmas tree skirt, and the table runners as well. If you want to get ahead of the game, take a look on the website and have a look what she's brought for us there. And the 10 o'clock show, we're going to be looking at fabulous fabrics one more time. And then at 11 o'clock, oh, we've got Victoria Peat. She's made a video for us for the 11 o'clock show as well. And it's the Nutcracker and mouse cushions, so that's coming up later on too. Now, a little bit of news for you too. We've got pins. Anybody that places a Christmas order per person will receive a Christmas pin. I know, and the Sewing Street Christmas, look, you're going to get one of those. Now, it's for every customer, not for every order, all right? So don't think if you place 100 orders today, you'll get 100 of them. Feel free to place 100 orders, but we add all of the orders up, as you know, at the end of the evening tonight. So one of those will be sent out to each of you. And then, because it's Christmas, how many times a year can we do Christmas? We've got a competition for you too. So if you can spot the Christmas key, I don't know what it opens. If you can spot the key, let me know. Spot Santa's key. And you can email studio@sewingstreet.com to win actually 16 10-inch tulip pink fabric squares. And all you've got to do is email in. That's really easy. You're on that already, aren't you? Have you seen it? I was going to wear it. I was going to wear it as an earring, but I thought that might be a little bit too obvious. But that's what you could win by doing absolutely nothing apart from emailing studio@sewingstreet.com. While you're there, send us a message if you like. Come and say hello to us this morning. Are we on Facebook yet this morning? I know, are we not there yet? We're all over the place this morning, honest. Oh, we're there. Morning, Andrea. Morning, Morag. Merry Christmas. Oh, off call at 10. Lovely. Cold and foggy in Dumfries. Do you know, it was warmer outside than inside when I got up this morning. I thought I'd go and start the car and keep it warm. And I stepped outside and thought, oh, quite nice actually. Oh, Mandy, don't tell anybody. Don't tell everybody, you just email in because nobody else has seen it yet. Morning, Ruth. Don't normally see you on a Sewing Street morning. Nice to have you on board. Andrea, morning. Sheila, morning. That's it, isn't it? Because we came and went this morning. We've been all over the place, to be honest. Anyway, early birds. You know what you like, don't you? At 8 o'clock this morning, you were ordering the early bird. We've got 2 choices for you, and it's Christmas fabric, but it's lovely, really lovely. So we've got 2 choices. I don't know which one's which. Green tartan and red tartan. There you go. Guess which one's which. I'm presuming this one's green because it's got a bit more green in it. Let's have a look what we got. Now, an early bird is it's a way of us getting you, really. Because we're going to get you on board, get you to pay £3.95 postage, and then we're not going to charge you postage for the whole of the rest of the day. Huh? And you get your pin badge as well. So just by placing one order, so I'm trying to undo a knot that's going to take me an age, by placing one order this morning and paying just £6.99 and saving yourself a bit of money, we'll send you these, we'll send you a pin, and then you can enter the competition where you could win the tulip pink fat quarters as well. What are we like? These are lovely. Now, the fabric-wise, we're not talking cotton here. I'm not sure of the composition, but this feels like wool, so it's proper tartan. This would make some really nice gift packaging, wouldn't it? What a nice gift bag. Oh, or if you've got dolls, how about Barbie having a tartan dress for Christmas? Bit of fluff around the hem maybe. But that's really nice. It's nice thick fabric. These are a little bit more coarse, so you've got a loose wave. Is that poly cotton? You wouldn't have thought. Feels like cotton. This feels quite canvassy. So again, you've got a decent weight of cotton with this one. And then Again, a heavy weight of cotton with another tartan. And then look, you've got a bit of glitz and glam on this one with the snowflakes as well. So all of those are £6.99. So that's the green tartan. If you go for two, it's still only £3.95 postage, and they all match. Right, on this one, so you go with that. This one comes here. Oh, I love this one. You don't notice straight away, but there's the tartan. It's got snowflakes on it too. Isn't that pretty? Again, in a nice heavy weight of fabric. So a pack of 4 of each of these. Another one, look, just with the outlines. So the tartan's woven, and then these are printed snowflakes. They're lovely. Another one, but with the green on this time, with a bit of glitz in the background. And then the red version of the green one there. And again, they're £6.99 for all of those. I know, where are we? Morning Dawn, morning Sharon, snuggled down for a lovely morning of fabric and Christmas ideas. Morning Sylvia, and morning other Dawn. We've got 2 Dawns there this morning. Lots of you up bright and early this morning. Barbara, Glenys, Carol. Oh, no, it's not the ginger, oh, it is the gingerbread man. Yeah, we've got another chance at that one, Carol. Morning Lorraine, morning Janice in sunny Staffordshire. Mandy's at work watching while making the tea. Now you're allowed to go to work, but just not housework, okay? We're extending the Boris rule to a Tuesday at the moment. Yeah, you got me now, Sue. Are we up to date here? If you want to send me a message, I'm reading all of them, so be nice. I'm on Facebook, not the Facebook fans page, on the Facebook page. So that's Same Street TV, or of course you can drop us an email if you wish as well. So that's the Facebook page, and then the email page, email address is studio@sewingstreet.com. There you go. So, oh, and that's where you need to send your competition things as well if you manage to spot the key. But so many people, have we made it that obvious, really? Is it there? Is it on set 1? Is it on set 2? I can't see it anywhere. If we had a busier set, we might be able to hide it a bit better. We were going to put it on the tree, but that was really obvious, I think. Is it on the Christmas tree? Now there's lots of Allison Marion's alternative Christmas crackers on there. There's a Christmas stocking kit which you can buy. It's in front of those felt kits as well, which we do have available. And actually anything Christmassy that you see around the set is also, they're all available on the website as well. What are you doing for Christmas this year? We haven't got any plans really. Not this year. We'll be doing something, I'm sure, but I don't know what. Because grandson's due in November, so I don't know whether they'll be travelling or not. I don't know if we're going to go up there, if they're going to come down here. Or you do anything. You know what I really fancy doing for Christmas one year? I'd love to spend Christmas on a hot beach and listen to jingle bells played out on a kettle drum. I'd love to do that, wouldn't you? A lot of people, oh no, it's got to be snowy and cold. I love a nice hot. Barbara loves me Uncle Boris. He is a very wise man, Uncle, but it doesn't get a lot done. I think Uncle Boris sticks to his Boris rule far too much, really. Thank you, Christine. Nice to see you on Same Street, says Harben. Thank you. Morning, Kirsty. Oh, she's on holiday a bit late up. It's 8:30, honestly. Mind you, Sunday, oh hi Mandy, the number of people that were watching in bed, I felt quite embarrassed, to be honest. The sights you see when people are watching in bed, because we can see you. Right, we have some really lovely Christmas fabrics to show you. So let's have a look at with all of these individually, right, we'll go through those in a second. And then we've got, I love these fabrics. We've got a bundle. You're going to have to look really close at these because they are gorgeous. There's 7.5 metres in total. So we have only these available in the bundle, so you're going to have to go bundle to get these. But look, we've got 6 geese are laying and maids are milking and swans are swimming. But I love the diagrams, aren't they cute? 3 French hens, 11 pipers piping, 12 drummers drumming, 9 ladies dancing. You get the idea now. But I love the colours on there. I think it's, I mean, the 12 Days of Christmas, obviously very, very traditional, but a very modern take on that, isn't it? Love those colours. And then there's the same print, but with a different colour background. It's a very sophisticated palette, is it not? And lovely quality of fabrics as well. And I'm saying that not just because of the feel of them, but with the shading. There's so much going on with these, and even the fine print. I know I say it a lot, but a very fine print like that normally says expensive fabric. And then we've got the little stars. We've got different colours in these as well. These counters are too low, aren't they? You can't lean on them like you could in the previous one. I feel like I'm bending over. I'm going to sit down, actually. So you have a look at that. We had 2. What happened to the other chair? There we go. Seamless, seamless. So those are the 4 that are units. That's better, isn't it? That's better. Those are the 4 that are only available in the bundle. I said they were 7.5 metres. Look at these. Now these are available. Are these available individually? Yeah. So if you wanted to order these by the half metre, have a look onto the website. What are you going to make? Oh, you'd make the most amazing gift wrap. I'm doing that this year. We're recycling. So everyone's going to have a nice knotted cloth around their gift. So traditionally in Japan, they would have given those back again to the sender. But I think if you keep it, then you can pass on the tradition, can't you? The little pears, look. I think initially with this range, it's the colours that really, I love this kind of colour palette. I just think it's so sophisticated and so very modern and up to date. I love the dainty prints and the very fine detailing. There's nothing plain. Even the background on this has got a tiny little spot in it. So the attention to detail is incredible. These tiny little hearts and flowers. I need to make more room, don't I? Look at those. And the pears. And doesn't that go well with the sandy kind of colours? And not necessarily all Christmas ones, these ones. You know, the stars and the little ditzy flower, you could use those all year round, and that one, and that one. You could use pears all year round, hearts and stars all year round. So really, I would say it's only these ones that are particularly Christmassy. I didn't show you that one, did I? Oh, Lynn says I'm looking nice and fresh. Been outside for a while. It's quite nice out there, isn't it? But look, these little characters. Oh, and have you spotted that key yet? No, Linda, stop telling everybody. If you tell everybody where it is, then you stand less of a chance of winning the prize. Oh, Margaret, thank you. Yeah. Hi, Michelle. Hi, Diane. Hi, Ninette. This is all down to Kat this morning. We have Kat producing. We have Paul directing. And Elliot's here as well, isn't he? Yeah, because Elliot's lost his job on Sunday because if you weren't with us on Sunday, we had technical issues getting onto YouTube and Facebook on Sunday morning, and it was Elliot's birthday on Saturday, so I don't know whether he was tied to a lamppost or hungover or just couldn't be bothered. But he didn't come in, but we fixed it without him. So I was kind of thinking he was out of work. So we were trying to think of other jobs for him to do. Because he's a nice chap, you know, he should do something here. But he's, I noticed he was here this morning because I did get offered a cup of coffee, but I don't know what he's doing. Well, we'll find, I haven't had it yet, have I? We'll have to, we'll have to track him down. When he comes in the studio again, we'll track him down and ask him what he's doing. What are you doing? What's your new job? We were going to have him on standby with a fire extinguisher, if nothing else, just in case. Yeah, don't know what he's doing. Oh God, you're keeping Kat busy this morning. With so many emails about where the key is. Sylvie's in Hereford. I did have a bit of helicopter trouble this morning, to be honest. It was my pilot. I was there, I was all ready, the engine was all warmed up because it was quite chilly this morning, we were all ready to go. But my pilot was wearing the wrong colour shirt, and I'm sorry, I'm not having blue. No, just on a Tuesday he wears a red shirt. So I had to go home and get changed before we came in. Where's Jan? Oh, Jan's emailed in. She's watching this morning instead of going to Slimming World. But that's okay, as long as you're not eating cakes while you're watching. Oh, mince pies, Pauline. Mince pies for breakfast. They've got Christmas trees on the top and everything. They're new, aren't they? They're not last year's Christmas. Oh, Kat made them fresh last night. I think she followed one of those Kipling recipes. Oh, hi, Jenny. Last day of dry weather here in Derbyshire. Oh, no, really? Oh, great. Thank you, Delia. Bit wet today. Oh, no. Oh, Jackie. Raining in Lincolnshire. Oh, Heather, it's not raining, is it? It was lovely this morning. Kath loves the new set. Right. Shall I show you some more fabric? We're not going to get a lot of sewing done in this show because we're a bit late. But actually we've got some more Christmas fabrics and a Christmas panel coming up at 10 o'clock this morning. Should we make a gift bag? I saw this morning, I thought, I can make one of those. So maybe a smaller version of that we'll do in the 10 o'clock show. But if you've got any questions, I've whizzed past you really quickly because we get so many comments. Oh, I've just won myself back, that's weird. Is it soggy in Hastings? Sorry, I noticed one of your comments saying you love all the hints and tips. There's not going to be a lot in this hour, but if you've got any questions that you'd like me to answer, if you want to do a little, should we do an impromptu sewing surgery, then come and let me know. But we're a bit busy in the surgery at Christmas. We have put together, oh, that works well. We've put together a complimentary bundle for you. Still haven't, it's going to go cold. Which are these? So if I just hold the two together, you will see how beautifully they go together, don't they? So this is the whole bundle for £17.94. So we have the deep red. See, that really sets off. I'm going all out of order. Doesn't that look lovely? Or something like that one. That really stands out, doesn't it? Or it'll go with, I hope these weren't in any particular order because they're not now. And oh, that one, oh, that one. See, and that's just one. By going for a plain, to be honest, if you mix a lot of these together, they get a little bit confused. But if you put a plain colour in between them, it makes your more expensive stash last longer, stretch it out further, but it makes the colours pop in here as well. You can change and transform the colours on your prints when you put a plain next to it. Here he is. Elliot, you were out of work on Sunday because we fixed everything without you being here. So we just wondered what your new job is.
I did it from home.
Oh, he didn't know? He didn't know he was out of work? So you just turned up anyway? We were trying to think of something for you to do, seeing as we didn't need you to fix things anymore.
That's good, isn't it?
Actually, that means you did your job really well, doesn't it? Oh, yeah, Elliot could be an elf. Yeah. So I didn't know I was out of work. And I said, we don't need you to fix things. He just said, well, that's good, isn't it? It's true. It's true. Maybe you should reinstate him as the fixer, and hopefully he's never has to work again. Could retire, couldn't he? See how those two go well? They go with everything. Got a beige one there. The greeny colours. Oh, I'll be in trouble if that comes off. Oh, now then, look at those two together. Beautiful. And then the darker green as well. So £17.94, all 100% cotton. And you've got a saving of £3 as well when you go for those. Now don't forget, if you order today, we're going to send you a Christmas badge. One per person. Yeah, we did do these in Christmas in July, so it's nice to have a second bite at the cherry, so to speak. So all you need to do is order anything. Could be the early bird, could be a sewing machine, could be anything on the website. We do collate all of your orders at the end of the day because that's how we do the only one postage for the whole day. So at the end of the day, every person who places an order will receive a badge, not per order, per person. So what you need to do if you want more than one is to get one of your mates to order something too. Right, where are we? Eileen, need to make yourself a mug hug. A mug hug to keep your coffee warm. Or a Christmas mug hug. That'd be nice, wouldn't it? Because I talk too much, that's why. Suzanne's in need of a bit of Christmas cheer. Elf on a... Oh, Elliot, elf on a shelf. Might need to strengthen the shelves a bit. Are they not straight? And straighten them as well, so it doesn't slide off. Paulie wants to know if I had a mince pie for breakfast. No, I didn't. I wish I'd have waited, to be honest. I had a horrible breakfast this morning. I don't normally have breakfast, and I thought as you come into the industrial estate we're on, there is a sandwich place, shall we say, on the coast. I love a sandwich, like a bakery type. I love a sandwich. I couldn't believe the amount of grease in the I had a pie for breakfast. It was horrible. I said to Cal, I went into that place at the end of the day, I shan't be going in there again. And she says, yeah, it's great, isn't it? No, it's not great, it's greasy. It was a vegetable pie. I don't know what vegetables they were. I've not tasted anything like it. Anyway, if you could make a mushroom soup pie, that's what it tasted like. So, no, I didn't have mince pies, but I have got my eye on those. Merry Christmas, Nova. Oh, she's in keto. Ooh, I've never done that. That's quite disciplined, isn't it? Well done. Who decorated the tree, Joe? That was Kat this morning. And Jean, Debbie, she's. Thank you. You watch for a laugh. Oh well, at least you're watching. That's the main thing, isn't it, Jean? Oh, morning, Linda. We haven't finished yet. It's ever so busy today. Oh dear. So, these are individually. Look, they're hearts, but they've got a bit of a shimmer going on there. Like, not all of them, but some of them are foiled. That's not going to come off because it's all kind of put on, they're embossed, so it kind of goes on with heat. So you will still be able to wash, and all that kind of thing. So that's £4.99 for half a metre, and that means that if you do need to order more, so if you're going to do your fabric crisp wrap this year and you needed a metre, then order 2 units and we'll send you that all in one piece. So that's Silver Hearts. This is lovely as well, because the foiled hearts stand out a bit more on this one. And they go together really well. They don't argue with each other, so you could use them both together. So what are you going to make for Christmas? Are you having a handmade Christmas this year? Don't have a lot to do, really. We're talking about just buying for the kids, but the kids are really little. Morning, Susan. And then we have script. Now, what do we say? So this is the silver one. I think, is it French? I don't know. Come and let me know if you can read it. I'll have a look on this one. No, that means nothing to me whatsoever. I think it does look a bit French, but I don't recognise any words at all. Oh, it's that strange language gibberish. Where is that? Where's gibber? £4.99 for half a metre, and that would make a nice blending kind of fabric. Goes with anything, that one. I don't very often buy a plain unless I've got very patterned fabric, because even if I'm just using plain fabrics, I like to have a little bit of interest there. So we've got the gold option. This one, the background's actually shaded a bit. Looks a bit cloudy. I think that gives it that tea-stained vintage kind of look. And it's kind of a modern traditional, isn't it? I wonder. Oh, I like golds and greens together. You could, you know. Or, oh, do you know what would look nice? Half the stock of the plains are sold out. Those two kind of colours together look rather classy, don't they? Don't you think? All the golds. We like a classy Christmas in short hours. £4.99 again for half a metre, all 100% cotton and 112 centimetres wide. And then finally here we've got the hearts again, but doesn't it look different? In a different colour, like this. So this is a caramelly kind of colour. Morning Sandra, no mince pies, but she's made, oh, cinnamon and raisin bagel with butter. Oh, lovely. Could be gobbled. It may well be gobbledygook, Jackie, from the country of Gobble. Morning Pamela, she's making an English paper piece Christmas quilt this morning. Lovely. The question is, will we have a Christmas this year? Oh, so we'll make one, won't we? No matter where we are. Let's just do it early. All my gifts are done and wrapped. Oh, Nova, look at you getting all organised. Joanna's new. Hi, Joanna. She's new this morning. Welcome along. Watching while I'm working from home in Winslow in Buckinghamshire. Ooh, a lot of you work. A lot of you watch when you work. You're not in trouble, are you? I just suppose you can be quite discreet on phones these days. Do you remember the old tellies? We've got a rather large telly. That my husband will not part with. It's massive because it's got a really clear screen, but it's about that deep. And it hasn't got the big tube on the back, but do you remember those? You used to have, remember our first ever telly? It was a black and white one, and the first telly that I can remember anyway. And it was a Murphy. And the screen was about that big with a big black border around it, and then the tube came out the back like this. And we always just sit around and watch this tiny little black and white TV. And I remember it being a Murphy TV because I used to have camberwick green toys, and the baker was called Mickey Murphy, and I thought the two were related somehow. We had a camberwick green telly as far as I was concerned. Where did that come from? Funny, isn't it? It's supposed to be selling you stuff here on TV, and we get nattering, don't we? One of the reasons I'm only going to be allowed back one day a week now. No, not really. We're all up to date there. Lovely. Right, oh gosh, we've got more to do. Do your job, Deborah, come on. Oh, I'm just giving you a tease of this, okay? So I'm not giving you the details. These are Allison Marion's alternative crackers. We sold out last time. This one is mine. She made it for me this morning. Well, she made it this morning, but she gave it to me this morning. So in your kit, you're going to have the little charm and enough to make 4 of these. But look what she's put together for me. I don't know what they are. What? I don't know what it is. They're lovely. Oh my word, they are bobbin keepers. I've not seen them before. So you can put your thread on your... That's amazing. That's the best Christmas present ever. Oh, I've got a bobbin. We're a sewing shopping channel. Of course we haven't got a bobbin. I've never done one of these before. Do you remember this is the magic cube. It's like a Rubik's cube. And it's all done at the moment, so I'm not undoing it. Because I might make a bit of a fool of myself. Thank you. And I got a candy stick. And I've got a popper. And, oh, I've got a joke. What did the sewing police say to the twin needle? Aye, aye. What's been sewing on here then? So that goes in there. How does this work then? Oh, like that. Oh, like that. So, I see. So bobbin goes on there first, and then that goes in there. That is such a good idea. So you've always got your matching bobbin and thread. We're not even selling those. But we should do, shouldn't we? But what we are selling is the we got the Gutermann thread. Other kits to make these with. Now, they sold out last time, and seriously, even at 8 o'clock this morning, it was busy for these. And remember, if all you're going to order is your kit to make 4 of these, we've got different colours as well. I'm supposed to be showing you this at 9 o'clock, but I'm showing you anyway. They come in different colours and prints and everything. But it was so busy this morning. If you're only ordering these, remember you still get your pin included as well. But that's for later. Kate's used bobbin keepers for over 40 years. See, I've never seen them before, brand new to me. They'll be looking very coordinated today. Yeah, all of this was planned. Pauline's got bobbin keepers. Pauline loves the crackers. Morning, Annette. Sue's making Lone Star cushions. Lovely. Jan's loving the show. And Kirsty normally watches at work. Oh, she's got... I'm on the iPad in the office because she's on her own on a Tuesday. And she's watching, and a big telly sat in a comfy chair. What you do when you're the only one in the office, eh? Anyway, we're the only ones here today. There's me and Kat and Paul and Elliot, who is busy getting some brackets to strengthen the shelves because his new job is going to be the elf. We should do a spot the elf on a shelf, shouldn't we? Spot Elliot. Oh, love him. Yeah, so there's nobody in the office today, so it's a little bit like a Sunday here today. Like we do what we want and don't get into trouble. Little felt kits. All 4 of those for £10.96. Aren't they lovely? Nice to get the kids involved. We've got a little robin. And we've got the mistletoe. Don't show that to Elliot, he can be kissing everybody. And then we've got the dove and the poinsettia. All of those for £10.96. Do you want to have a look in one, see what you get? So, and we have these on their own as well, so they are available individually. So there's all your bits. The felts already get pre-cut holes in it. Brilliant for kids, really seriously brilliant for kids. And they've even got a plastic needle in there as well, so there's nothing sharp, they're not going to spike themselves. Do you know, my granddaughters would be able to do that, they're 3 and 5. You don't need scissors, you don't need patterns, you don't need to trace anything. And blunt plastic needle in there as well, so it's safe. You've got a bit of fluff to stuff and your instructions in there as well. And then that again is the little bird that you're going to be able to make. £2.99. Oh. Elliot's getting the mistletoe out apparently. Have you seen Elliot yet? Has Elliot been on air? I think if he puts his elf outfit on. Where are we? Hi Helen. Some bobbin keepers in one of your Gutermann thread packs. Are there? That's how well prepped I was when we did those. And we do have another bundle of felt for you, which is over there. So again, you've got 4 kits here together. You get a jumper, there's a pudding, there's the rocking horse and a hot chocolate. And again, they're £10.96 for all 4 of those. What are you looking for, Elliot? Oh, it can't find the mistletoe. We can't find the elf outfit, but it might make an appearance as Santa. Come and say it. Oh, he's hiding. No, we've been talking about you all morning, Elliot. I think that's quite rude that you don't come and say hello to everybody. Everybody else has been. Has Paul been on, yeah? Still. But that's not what it's about, is it? We're a shopping channel after all. Morning, Adele. Okay, now in the next hour we've got Allison Marion's. Oh, she's done so much work. These are table runners are absolutely stunning. We've got 4 choices of those. I'll take you through again everything that you're getting for the alternative Christmas crackers, and the tree skirt as well is just amazing. So we'll take a quick break. I might get to finish this coffee that's gone cold now, and we'll see you again in a couple of minutes.
Hi there, my name's Allison Marian and I'm thrilled to be joining the Sewing Street family. I live in Staffordshire where I run a couple of sewing groups and I have a passion for vintage sewing machines and also applique. I've stitched in some form for as long as I can remember, but I absolutely love teaching and helping people stretch their skills and hopefully demystifying some of the techniques that can be quite daunting for beginners. So I'm looking forward to meeting the team and getting into the studio. See you soon.
Shopping with us couldn't be easier. If you want to shop online, then you can head to our website, www.sewingstreet.com. It will redirect you to our sister channel Jewellery Makers landing page. Don't worry, you haven't gone to the wrong place. We're simply using their website temporarily while we're building our own web shop. Scroll down past the Watch Live part and you'll see all of the products that you will have seen on air on today's live show. You can also shop our catalogue by clicking a category, clicking a product to view closer and adding it to your basket. Once you're ready to check out, you will need to create an account, which is absolutely free to do so, but it will mean that you can check out on as many orders as you want throughout the day with still only paying 1 postage and packaging. If you'd prefer to speak to somebody in our UK-based customer service team, then you can do so via the free telephone line number 0800 001 4433. They will not only help you create an account, but will also help you with any of your online shopping.
Hi, I'm Debbie Shaw, and as a professional sewer, I really know how important it is to use a high quality thread. Well, you think about it. You spend a lot of money on your sewing machine, you'll spend a lot of money on fabric, and you'll spend a lot of time sewing. So why let your thread let you down? I know a lot of our designers and customers prefer to use Aurifil thread. Now, this is a family business. It was established in 1983 and they're based just outside Milan in Italy. They produce superior quality threads for domestic and professional sewers alike, and they've achieved worldwide success with quilters, sewers, embroiderers and textile artists who all appreciate the versatility and the strength of these threads. It's all made from Egyptian cotton, which is grown just at the side of the River Nile, and Aurifil only use the long staple threads, which gives their thread that strength. Each one of these threads goes through 15 steps before it even gets onto a spool and then comes to you to use in your sewing projects. Now at Sewing Street, we've collaborated with Aurifil and we've brought you 2 collections of threads. So we have the Quilters collection, and these are exclusive to Sewing Street. We've done a lot of research with quilters, and these are the colours that you prefer to use. So we put a whole collection together for you. The second collection is the Essential collection. So this is for the homemakers, for the bag makers, for the craft sewers, for the dressmakers. And again, these have been proven to be the most popular colours that you're going to use. So if you want your projects to last longer and your seams to be stronger, invest in some quality thread. Did you know that if you shop with Sewing Street, you're only going to pay 1 lot of postage all day? That's 1 payment of £3.95, no matter what you're buying. And you can check out as many times as you like without having to pay another delivery charge. So shop online at www.sewingstreet.com, or you can order via our call centre, which is 0800 001 4433.
Hello, my name's Fiona Hesford and I'm founder of Sew Girl. I'm based down in Worthing on the south coast of England, and I've got a range of sewing patterns which I've developed over the last few years, which are projects for loose fitting clothing, everyday simple garments, things that I really love to wear myself. And I'm going to be bringing you them to Sewing Street over the next few months. So I look forward to seeing you then. Bye.
If you'd like to get in touch with us during our live show and send in any messages or any questions, then you can do it on studio@sewingstreet.com. Alternatively, you can message us on our official Facebook page.
Hello there and welcome back again. Oh gosh, we have been so... Oh, Mandy, off you go to work. Bye, Mandy. We've been really busy for Alison's kits this morning. I'll take you through everything in just a second. Alison's not with us this morning, I'm afraid. She wasn't feeling too well, not well enough to go on air. So I'm going to take you through everything that she's brought us, and I think we're going to sell out anyway, which she'll be over the moon about, I'm sure. So I'm hiding the mince pies. And we're going to start off with the alternative Christmas cracker kits. Love the packaging as well. Simple, not too fussy. Oh, the red and green's already sold out. Oh, good. So that, no, I'm going to even show you that. That's cool. Okay. The blue and the blue and grey has sold out, right? We have turquoise and brown. So now I'll show you what's in the bag. Told you it was busy this morning. Aren't these lovely fabrics? And Alison's chosen not just gorgeous fabrics that go together so well, but really lovely quality of fabrics as well. So the turquoise has the holly, that's got a bit of foiling on it too, so it's got a bit of glitz. And then look at this one. It's like a quilting with writing on it, isn't it? Almost like it's been stippled already. With little houses, and it says Joyeux Noël. I do know that's French. And oh, they're all over the place, aren't they? So is that German? And of course English. I think that's it. That's French. Yeah, is that one? Is that German? Shona Wife Mashdon. I've no idea, but I'm sure you're going to let me know. And the wadding's included as well. So you've got polyester wadding in there. And then I'm going to open it. This reminds me of, we were talking the other day, weren't we, about sweet shops. And this reminds me of the kind of thing when you go to the old-fashioned sweet shops where we go and have a whole penny to spend, and it was an old penny, and you'd come away with a little bag like this with sherbet in it and dib-dabs and oh, what were they called? Blackjacks, and there was blackjacks and the little fruity ones. Fruit salads, that was it. We'd have a little bag of lemon sherbets or rhubarb and custards. Remember those ones? It's just when I saw the bag, because they used to fill that up with sherbet. And then we go home and have a stick of rhubarb to dip in it. To grow rhubarb in the garden. Anyway, I keep going back in time, you know. I think I've Doctor Who in a previous life. You've got a little set of charms. These are sweet. You're going to be able to make 4 alternative crackers. So you've got 4 little charms to put on the zips, and you've got, of course, your 4 zips in there as well. Aren't they lovely? So you've got a Santa hat that's enamelled, and the snowdrop, and you've got the wreath and the poinsettia. And these are all metal and all enamelled as well, so they're really lovely quality. And you should have instructions in there as well. And then, what's the brown ones? Right, turquoise. These are what you're going to be able to make. Same as mine. So you've got the wadding in there because they're quilted. And that one was mine, so that one's full. Keeping that one. And this is the other colour. So you need to write your own jokes in there, or you could just copy Alison's. She's put the different colour on the inside, look. And you're going to be able to make 4 of those. Now I'm going to go along with this, so I hope it's clean. Paul says knock knock. Who's there? Yodelahy. Yodelahy who? Oh, the old ones are the old ones, aren't they? We are very limited. Now, the first 2 kits have sold out completely before we even came to you. These are going to head the same way. So remember, you're going to be able to make 4 of these for £26.99. Or if you've got any cracker jokes, come and let me know. Paul's got more jokes, but I think I might turn a deaf ear to that one. I'm getting told anyway. His mate's just got a job collecting leaves. He's raking it in. He went for an interview. He went for an interview at a mirror factory. It was a job he could see himself in. Sorry about that. There are other shopping channels if you just. His ex-girlfriend had a parrot, and the stupid thing never shut up. And the parrot was pretty cool though. This is why Paul's in a glass box over there. And single, apparently. Hi, Lucia. She says she loves the programme because we're all so jolly. And please keep doing what we do. We're also jolly because we're up for about 2 o'clock in the morning. We don't get any sleep and we're all a little bit, hey! Oh, dear. These are brand new for you today. And they're probably going to go the same way as the alternative crackers. So let me move those out of the way. And I do have a part made up one because Alison honestly did so much prep for this show you wouldn't believe. So this one isn't finished. This is what she's going to be showing you, one of the step-by-steps. Isn't that amazing? But you look at it, it's squares, so it's achievable. Now we've got 4 colour options for you. I'm not sure which one this is. I shall let you know in a minute. That's the holly green, so you've got the darker colours in that one. The way she's done it is pieced all of these together, and then you're going to take a mug and draw around the circle and cut the centre out. And I love the way that she's done that because I think this would make a really lovely table topper for a round table. Maybe just put some binding around the edge, or even a strip of fabric if you can get it to fit over a table would look amazing. So it doesn't have to be a Christmas tree skirt, and I just love that idea. It means it's versatile. Not everybody has a Christmas tree, do they? But maybe you just want to make this up and enjoy it. So let me have a look through the boxes and show you which one's which. So this one is the Holly Cream, which is RLA 250. And that Holly Cream, this is the one that you're looking at here. So in the box, full instructions, but look how many pages there are. It's not going to be challenging for you, I don't think, even as a beginner. You're going to create something wonderful, but look, that's all of the instructions. We also have your fabrics in the reds and the green. I love that Holly on cream. Isn't that elegant? Lots of that. And then you've got your wadding in there as well. So really lovely, classy, traditional tree skirt that you're going to be using for year after year after year. Or maybe this is going to be a present to somebody. It's not something you change, is it? You make something amazing, then you just keep bringing it out year after year, don't you? It's a shame that they'll have to go away, really. So are you moving house, maybe? You know, somebody that's moving into... hopefully my son's going to be moving house before Christmas. Probably be end of Christmas Eve, the way things are going. Where are we? I've lost you. Is that... Oh, yes, there we are. Okay. Oh, Mandy's craving flying saucers and milk teeth. Oh, I don't know milk teeth. I know flying saucers because they're like the rice paper, aren't they? And if you don't chew them, it all melts in your mouth and it goes when you get the sherbet. I don't know what milk teeth are though. Oh, Paul, Denise is appreciating your joke. Oh, thank you, Bonnie. Glad you like my jacket. Paul's poor mate. I know. Weather not so good today. Oh, and in the caravan in Skeggy. We used to go to Skeggy every year in the caravan on holiday. Lemon and strawberry gobstop. Oh, gobstoppers. They did, didn't they? Margaret, we'll send your love on to Alice and we'll be speaking to her later on. It's Merry Christmas in German, apparently. Oh, morning, Jean. Jean loves the fabrics. Lovely. Oh, Spangles. Now, they changed Spangles, didn't they? They changed the name of Spangles. What did they change them to? Oh, Oh, no, spangles were opal fruits made to make your mouth water. Weren't they spangles? Or weren't there spangles with I can't remember. But I'm sure they changed them. They were like a hard square sweet with a dip in the middle, and they're all individually wrapped up in paper. Let me know. No, they're not around anymore. Old-fashioned sweets. Right, so that is the holly cream. This is the holly green, which is MSA 283. So this is the one that's on the tree skirt here. Just really classy, aren't they? I think they'd go in anybody's with anybody's decor as well. So all of those. Because Snickers used to be marathon bars, didn't they? Do you remember those? And when I was younger, so my dad used to be a lorry driver, and he worked for a printing firm, and the printers made packaging for Bemrose, it was Bemrose, for Cadbury's. So in the days when you could take your children to work with you, I used to go on day runs with him, and we'd go to the Cadbury's chocolate factory, and I'd end up with sheets and sheets of wrappers to draw on the back of, and they had a wonky chocolate section, and we used to come home with Ben Tasdek bars, and they were a bit like Mars bars. Maybe it was Cadbury's equivalent of the Mars bars. Yeah. Oh, I'm 7 years old all over again. SIA 217 is for gingerbread. Let me just have a look. Alison's done so much prep for this show. I wouldn't be surprised if we had one partly made up. No, not for that one, sorry. But you'll see the idea when you see the fabrics. So maybe a little bit more modern with this one. So we've got gingerbread men. I love the fabric. I've not seen this before. I don't know where she gets it from. And then the silver stars. And there's the red there as well. So again, all of this and your wadding for your £29.99. I think you get so much of the red because you've got the backing, but maybe you can get, let me have a look. She's not here to ask. How you make the bias binding. So you decide your own layout on there. Press pin, test off in strips. Yep, you can make your own binding from that as well. And she said at the end of it, when you finish, congratulations, you have a tree skirt to treasure. So that's the gingerbread. And then finally is penguin. I think she's covered everybody, hasn't she? You've got your modern, you've got your traditional, you've got your... I think with the cream holly, it's a little bit more modern than the very traditional. And then look at these. Then we've got the fun. Look at the penguins. We've got penguins and bears with hats on. Reindeer. Little Christmas trees. And this one's got the grit, which actually goes really well because it picks up on the green in the penguin fabric. Lovely quality fabrics. Very easy to follow instructions. All for £29.99. Your wadding is included in there as well. So we will have her back on. She might have to bring some more stock. Then, so that's your tree skirt. Then fine, I've seen these. Aren't they lovely? Do you know what I love is the way they've been quilted. Because they look like branches, but it's actually a chevron kind of design. So if you see that, like the zigzag that goes to the centre line, then out the other side, it's very clever. So we've got 5 options for you here. So first up we have, it's SKA 223, which is the bright green one that you see there. So we've got spotty fabric, wonky gingerbread houses and the stars, loads of that, and your wadding, and of course you'll have instructions in there as well. So, oh Linda, aniseed balls. See, I loved aniseed balls, but I didn't like the bit of aniseed in the middle, which defeats the whole object really, didn't they? Oh, hi Tracy in Ohio. Where are you? Are you 5 hours behind over there? So we're at 9:15. You're up early in the morning, aren't you? Jean choked on a spangle. Oh. Sue likes a blue and silver at Christmas. Very classy, Sue. Hard fruit drops. Foggy in Scotland. Linda loves the skirt. Mandy's craving sauces. All right, so we're talking sweets and we should be talking fabrics, really. Sorry, Alison. The Christmas crackers, by the way, the alternative Christmas crackers, all gone, all sold out now. So the second colour option here is TWA 247, and this one is, no it's not, don't have a sample of this one. Oh, dainty Christmas trees. Isn't that lovely? They're like dancing trees. Little stars on the top. Frou-frou trees, I'm saying. And then stars and hearts. And of course your wadding and your instructions in there as well. It's like the centrepiece, isn't it? You know, you imagine, I'm going to get one of these down and show you. Alison will be back to demonstrate these as well. We better not mess up all the samples, had I down here? She's left boxes and boxes. So I would, if I were you, order now, and then when she's back again, with a Christmas frock on, and she had special red nail varnish for Christmas, which she never normally wears, when she comes back again, then you can maybe even quilt along with her. But it's just so... They're just so lovely. Love the quilting effect. And you're only sewing triangles together, but it's really effective, very, very stylish. We've got the borders in all of those different colours. Actually, if you've already got your fake crackers, you've got the same fabric there as well. And then enough of your backing fabric as well. They're beautiful and they're a nice size too. But I think this is the kind of thing, if you don't have a very big table, it's lovely to have centerpieces and candles and all that kind of thing, but then you can't see anybody and you can't actually put the food out in the middle of the table because all of your decorations are taken over. So I think this is a lovely idea to decorate the table, but you can still see over it, so to speak. Oh, Heather loved Aztecs, but oh, cough candy twists. I didn't mind a candy twist. Oh gosh. We're talking sweets. What about Christmas sweets? Would anything special come out at Christmas time? No. I like a chocolate orange. I have to say I'm rather partial. They're quite Christmassy. Oh, candy canes, of course. I've got a candy cane in my present. So, PLA 231. So we've got the penguins, and match the tree skirts. You could coordinate your whole Christmas theme, Christmas decor. And this one's got, again, the green stars with it. And again, for £26.99, you've got a whole load of wadding there as well. And of course, you'll have your instructions in there too. So we've got 5 of these. Stacking them up. LPA 247 for this one. Now that's got the penguins, but it's the red version. Just checking. So we've got the red stars, silver stars on cream, and then there's your penguin fabric again. For your £26.99. Starbursts. So, do you do the same thing at Christmas that you used to do when you were younger? You know, there's that Christmas tradition carried on throughout the years. We have got into this this thing of it's their turn or our turn with the in-laws. Now, when you've got kids that are grown up and they've got their own families and everything, they kind of have to spread themselves around on alternate years, don't they? Last Christmas, we had nobody at home. It's really, really boring, actually. So no, I don't know about this year. Maybe a lockdown. Hopefully things will be better by Christmas Day. Imagine having a Zoom Christmas or a Skype Christmas. Mind you, if you've got relatives that are abroad, it's amazing, isn't it, that kind of technology? I can remember when I was younger, one of my mum's brothers emigrated to Australia, and they used to save up for a phone call, which happened on Christmas Day, and it was so expensive you had to save up for it. But that was the only time they spoke. They wrote letters, which took ages to come through, but completely used to lose touch with people in those days. So to be able to talk instantly or email, it's amazing, isn't it? Okay, this is your final one. So we've got the turquoise. And again, you can, these are colour coordinated, but again, if you've got your crackers already, and I've got, oh, here we go, we've got one of these. It's a nice size as well, isn't it? Such a lovely design. I love Alison's work, she's so talented. Do you know what really stands out as well is the green thread that she's used? Doesn't it? It's beautiful. We've got threads on the website if you wanted to have a look there. But it's clever, isn't it? She's drawn on one of those. So have a look at that one. So we've got the lines down the centre and then the marks here, and that's how you're going to start quilting those. So it's very accurate, it's very graphic, and I think that really works on this. They look like a skeleton leaf design, don't they? I think that's really clever. She's done a really lovely job. Oh, Julie's got a grandson today. So she's going to catch up later. Hello for later on, Julie. Amazon raisin bars. Amazon raisin bars. Don't know those, Linda. Opal fruits changed to starburst. I had an opal fruit thing in my mind. I didn't know what that was. Yeah. Right, so that's that. We used to have, my mum was one of those ladies that was way before her time as far as recycling and things like that is concerned. But she never threw anything away. I think when you're growing up in wartime, you don't, do you? But she used to save envelopes, and I can remember having an envelope torn in half so it was a V shape, full of sugar with a stick of rhubarb. You wouldn't do it now. We had sugar sandwich. You ever had a sugar sandwich? That she had I could write a book about my mother and her sandwiches. I don't think she prepared very well. I used to have sandwiches for school because I never had a school dinner because sandwiches were cheaper. And she was never prepared properly, so I think she used to open the cupboard and think that'll do. So always margarine because butter was too expensive, and then just sprinkle sugar on it, and that was that. So I wonder I've got a mouthful of fillings, is it? Or beetroot sandwiches. And she put them in the freezer the night before, so if I wanted a sandwich at break time, instead of waiting till lunch, they were still solid. But the red of the beetroot would soak into the bread. I'm not a beetroot fan. There we go. Tomato ketchup sandwiches. No ham, no cheese, no nothing else. Just tomato ketchup sandwiches. What's the craziest sandwich you've ever had? So this is your final option. So again, we've got the penguin fabric, and there's the red, and you've got the stars there too. And again, that's £26.99. So again, let me give you a reminder of what you're going to make, because we're going so off-piste this morning. It's a very strange day today. Every single kit of Allison's is limited. Some of them very limited. So please, oh, I've got another one to show you, yeah. Check out your baskets. There is so much here you can't quite see on your screen there, but if you want me to go back through anything and give you more details of what you're actually getting, just let me know. Remember, if you order 10, probably haven't got that many left, you only pay that one postage of £3.95. This is the style that you're going to be able to make. Cola cubes. Oh yeah, sugar sandwiches, Jackie. Ham and chocolate spread, Jane. Ugh. Yeah, sugar and rhubarb from the Grand's garden, but the sugar was in newspaper. Oh, we weren't that posh. Oh yes, oh yeah, banana sandwiches. I like banana sandwiches. Sugar sandwiches was a thing then, wasn't it? In the 70s, Mum always had to have a chocolate orange. Oh yeah, after 8s. I tell you what, like the stick ones, Matchmakers, all like those, the orange ones particularly. But after 8s were Christmassy, weren't they? Oh, Cola Pips. Oh, and Angela's message. Oh, it's her birthday on Christmas Day. Oh, so as a child, and Mum used to make her wait until the afternoon to open a birthday present. She says she's 61 and her mum's 88 and she still insists she wait. You always listen to your mum. Always listen to your mum. But they do compromise till late in the morning, apparently, while they're cooking the dinner. Got one more to show you here. Morning, Carol. Oh, Sharon's well out of season in sunny Devon. She's having hot cross buns and a cup of tea. Get you. My mum used to have a butter and sugar sandwich for breakfast in the 70s. Yeah. Strange. Oh, Carol had salt sandwiches? No, not salt sandwiches. Crisp sandwiches. Oh, very nice. And fish finger sandwiches with lots of vinegar on them. Nice. Do you know, I was complaining about the grease in that sandwich shop this morning, but I was kind of brought up on a rubbish diet, really, wasn't I? I had bread and butter with everything. You always had bread and butter to mop up your gravy. Nothing was left on the plate. I'll tell you what she used to do. If you didn't finish all of your dinner, it would be served up cold for breakfast the next morning. And if you didn't eat it for breakfast when you came home from... Yep. It's child abuse, really. So this is your final, the final colour option. So this is the same as the one that I just showed you. So you're going to be able to make this. And again, for £26.99. I love turquoise and brown. I think they're really lovely colours. Oh, Mandy's mum used to toast sugar sandwiches. That'd be like a toffee sandwich, wouldn't it? Oh, Sheila's bought a tree skirt and a table runner. Well done. A cheese and jam, Jackie. Ooh. No, I don't need to. Well, you never know, Bonnie. No, I doubt it. Mars bar sandwiches. Lettuce and sugar and... You're making this up, aren't you? Megan says lettuce with sugar and vinegar sandwiches. Lynn's mum had butter and sugar sandwiches for breakfast. Ooh. Jam and cheese butties. Bornvita sandwich. Bornvita sandwiches? Gosh. Violet's grandpa had fries peppermint creams. Oh, I used to love fries peppermint cream. Not on a sandwich. Fries peppermint, because they were the ones in sections, weren't they? They were that shape. They made fruit ones. They had different flavoured fruit creamy things in the middle of each one. They didn't last very long either. I've had a whole show talking about chocolates. I've still got a plate of mince pies down there. How do you have your mince pies? I like them hot with a little bit of double cream on the top. But not too hot so they take the skin off the roof of your mouth. Anyway, I've shown you all of Allison's kits. You can email the studio if you like. Let us know what your Christmas traditions are and the silliest sandwiches you've ever had. And nothing to do with sewing. Bread and dripping, we used to have that. So it's studio@sewingstreet.com. I'm on Facebook, so if you wanted to drop me a message here, it's the Sewing Street TV one, not the fans page one. Oh yeah, bread. I never did like dripping, to be honest. Peanut butter and tomato is my favourite. Oh, dripping on toast for Diane. Oh dear. Golden syrup sandwiches. I loved a sugar piece. My auntie used to make them and visited her and Papa. Oh gosh, Morag. But considering we used to grow all our own greens in those days, just some bizarre sandwiches. Now have a look on the website and it'll give you the details of everything that we have here with pictures as well. We've got so many different kits to show you, but we are getting quite limited. We've had a bit of a shufty around today and we're still shuftying. So this is what we've got coming up for the rest of the day. So we'll have a look at our early bird again in just a second. We have at 10 o'clock we've got more Christmas fabrics, and we've got brand new fabrics. We've got a lovely panel for you, which I think you're going to find really nice to make something with. It's beautiful. I love the artwork on there. At 11 o'clock, Victoria Peat has made a video for us, so we're going to spend an hour with her making the Nutcracker and mouth cushions. And then at 12 o'clock, we are live at 12 o'clock as well, so we're not showing you a repeat. I'll give you a roundup of everything that we've had for you throughout the course of the morning this morning. Maybe with some more sandwich ideas. So this is Victoria Peat. And again, she's coming up at 11 o'clock this morning, so very kindly made a video for us. This is what she's going to be showing you how to make. They are already selling on the website, and we know what it's like with Allison's stuff. Sells on the website, we come to where, and oh, we've got nothing to sell anymore, it's all gone. So it may well happen in the same way. Now remember, anything that you order entitles you to a Sewing Street badge. That's our Christmas. Over 200 of those gone already today. We will send you a badge. Actually, these are really expensive to have made, you know. I'm surprised we're giving them away. We could sell them for $5.99. It's supposed to be a shopping channel. And in fact, we could sell them for $9.99, to be honest. You can buy one, but if you spend $6.99 on 4 fat quarters, you get one free. These are your early birds. I've got two choices for you. So this is a reduced price item that will stay at this price while we have the stock, or for the duration of the day. So this is the red tartan. And it's tartan, it's got little snowflakes on it as well. You've got 4 fat quarters. What are you going to make with these? Jackie used to be a Cub Scout leader. Were you, Jackie? Took 60 boys on camp. Tea one night was double-decker sandwiches and fish paste and jam. Boys are disgusting because they came back for seconds. Oh, you didn't tell the parents, did you? I wouldn't be best pleased about that. Freya used to have ham and lettuce sandwiches to stop schoolmates swapping lunch. They like peanut butter sandwiches. Hot with a drop of brandy cream. What's that, Mandy? On a sandwich? Oh, no, sorry, with your mince pies. If you have roast beef on a Sunday, we have a beef dripping sandwiches with a bit of salt on for Sunday tea. Cold new potatoes in a sandwich. No! Carb City. We're a healthy... Treacle butties. No. Who is that who has treacle butties? Julie, and she still eats them. Oh, treacle butties. Do we all have our own teeth? Do we all have a waist? Things when we used to eat like that, I used to have a waist. Now this is a polycotton blend you would never know, and it's a weave, but then it's got the print of the snowflakes over the top, and it's a really lovely quality fabric. It's a heavier weight than your quilting cotton, so I wouldn't use it for quilting, but you can make some lovely Christmas stockings out of these. Oh, that'd be nice. Maybe do a Christmas stocking in the next hour. Oh, I don't know. We shall make something in the next hour. Let me know. Gift bag or Christmas stocking, what do you want? Same idea here. But this time we've got a little bit of glitch, a little bit of sparkle with that one. But look at the drape on it. It's really nice fabric, but it is quite a heavy weight of fabric. And then we've got the green tartan, again with the snowflakes on. So the same print as the first one, but slightly different colour. And then we've got, I like this one. Got a bit of yellow in there as well. And between the two of them, this has been your favourite one of your early bird. I go for both because they both go together, really. £6.99 is your price there. £3.95 postage, but that postage is all day. That's that one. A gift. Oh, Bonnie wants a gift bag. Pauline wants a gift bag. We're doing it. Oh, do you know, John, we'll have a vote. I've got. I don't know what a cracker pack is, Sharon. I'm 2-to-1 with gift bags at the moment. Sandra's lost a waist. during lockdown. If anybody's seen Sandra's waist, can you let us know? She'd like it back, please. I think it's probably in the same place as mine. You know those drawers that you just keep everything in? Keys from your last house and car keys cars that you don't own anymore, and the radiator key, one of those drawers. I think my waist is at the back of there somewhere. I'll have to bring it out one day because I've forgotten what it looks like. Right. Leslie said before you could get flavoured yoghurt, she'd put sugar in plain yoghurt. I can remember when yoghurt first became popular, my mum said, well, not eating that, it's sour milk. Sour milk. We were latecomers to exotic food in our house. We had a Chinese takeaway in the village and there was no way she was going to set foot in that place. Right, so that's one early bird. I'm not going to talk about muesli. Muesli. What is that? Right, this is your second pack, which is your green tartan, but it is red and green as well, so it is very similar. So tartan, all polycottons with the snowflake print over the top. Another gift bag from Jean. Morag says gift bag. Mandy says gift bag. Isabel says, what's a waist? A waist, it's a fuzzy memory for me. I don't know. It's one of those things like sherbet dib-dabs that's something from the past. This one's quite woolly. Oh, Vicky, really? Vicky, our presenter Vicky, said that her grandma used to make her sugar sandwiches. See, Vicky's got a waist, mind you, another 10 years. Sorry, Vix. Oh, Jackie's saying morning to Joan. I love it when you talk to each other. Alison wants a gift bag. Looks like it's going to be a gift bag, okay. And you get all 4 of these. These make nice gift bags as well. You could probably make 4. Paul keeps asking if you want to hear any more jokes. What is E.T. short for? Because he's got little legs. I really don't want to laugh, but that was quite funny. So green and the red tartan. You could make Santa's hats. Now Elliot came in, picked up a Santa's hat and walked out again. I was expecting an appearance on air. I don't know where, I think I frightened him when I said, do you want to come and say hello to everybody? No. Condensed milk. Oh no. Condensed milk sandwiches. Oh, that is so sweet. We used to have condensed milk on tinned peaches when I was little. Oh no, Maria wants a Christmas stocking. No more jokes, Paul. Pauline says, but he's got one really good one. Oh, last one then, okay. It's not saying it. Is it rude? They're having a domestic in there. Kat says if you want a Christmas stocking pattern, we do have them on the website, Kerry. In fact, it's the one that's on the tree. So those are kits by Kerry that we have on the website. Come on, these said we got a joke for us. Oh, he can't remember it. He can't remember it. It must be a really good one. What did one wall say to the other wall? I'll meet you around the corner. Why do elephants have big ears? Because Noddy wouldn't pay the ransom. Noddy and Big Ears. They were characters, puppet characters from the 18th century. Noddy's still around. He's a cartoon now, isn't he? He used to frighten me when I was little. Didn't like Noddy. This is your final one. No, we're not going to get this joke because Paul can't pronounce a word. Is it the? No, we're not going to get the joke. Pauline, thank you. We're not going to get any more jokes from Paul. Who made cream for special occasions by whisking evaporated milk, lemon juice and a pinch of sugar? Didn't we have it? Because we didn't have fluoride in water in those days, in tap water. We had loads of fill-ins. Oh, so those are your two. Oh, no, I've heard that. Kat says she got told off for putting hot water into the kettle, so water into the kettle from the hot water tap. I don't know why that is. I have been told off for that myself, because the hot water tank used to be open, but you're boiling it. Let me know about that one. My friend Ruth, who was here earlier on, her dad told me off for that once. Joanne used to have packet birds trifle. Oh yeah, now that was nice. Angel Delight, that was nice as well. Sophia, they would make nice mug rugs, Christmas mug rugs for all of your family, or Christmas coasters for the dinner table. You can make placemats out of these as well. Maybe a little bit of thermolam on the back and some plain fabric. You could easily make 2 placemats out of each one of those. So if you're having, in fact, the loose weave one, I'd put some interfacing on the back of it because it is a bit stretchy, just to make it that little bit stiffer. But that'd be a nice idea. So if you're making placemats half that size, you could make 8 of those. And you're not allowed more than 6 people at the moment, so that's plenty enough for Christmas, isn't it? Oh, Bev, bread and lard or dripping. Right, joke for Paul. The doctor said, "Can I ask you about your weight?" And I replied, "It was about 20 minutes, and the chairs were quite uncomfortable." That was a belly laugh you had from that one, a laugh out loud. You're going to get another doctor joke in a second. Do apologise if you're a doctor. My doctor told me I was overweight. So I asked him for a second opinion, and he said, "Okay, you're ugly as well." Can we really stop it now? Okay. But he had a pelican curry the other night, and it was really tasty, but the bill was huge. Have we got any of Alison's kits left? Can we change the subject? They're still having a domestic in my ear. I've got loads more jokes. Well, you can start. I don't want you to stop telling them. Oh, I've got. If I could say escapology, I'd have another joke for you. Tree skirts. We've got 4 choices in the tree skirts for you. And there's everything that you need in the kit to make one. I'll show you. This one isn't quite, finished. Nearly went. But that's the size and the kind of thing that you're going to be making. So Alison was going to be with us this morning demonstrating all of these, but she wasn't feeling too good. So we thought we'd come and talk about sweets and tell jokes. This is the size you're going to be making. There's everything that you need in the kit to make your binding for the backing and for the pieces. You can see there's no hole in the middle. And I love the way that Alison's done that. You will make a hole, and you're going to put some binding down the side, and you're going to put ties over it so it'll go around a tree. But if you wanted to make this into a table topper instead of a tree skirt, you've got the option to do that as well. So if you just love the design and you love the fabric, or a wall hanging, if I don't want to put it around a tree, or maybe you're going to go for 2. So you can make up the tree skirt and then you can make up the table topper to match. But we are very limited. We've got less than 10 of each one of the kits left. Please check out your baskets if you're ordering online, because when we do get to the stage where we're running out of stock, seriously, baskets will start to empty. So this one is YK8269. This is penguin. So we've got the penguin fabric in the blue, and the trees and stars, and then lots of the plain green, because that's going to be your backing and your binding, and your wadding is in there, and your instructions are included as well for £29.99. See, now Pat's enjoying the jokes. It's given me earache, to be honest, Pat. I still have Marmite sandwiches, Sophia. Oh, now Helen says to kill any bacteria from filling the kettle with hot water, the kettle needs to boil for 3 minutes. Automatic kettles turn off as soon as they boil, apparently. Didn't know that. There you go. Right. Oh, and Amber's put a message on Sewing Street fans. She says, "Morning, Debbie. Oh, she wants to know the number of the green and red skirt. That is green and red. Holly cream, penguin, ginger bit. Be the last one I go to. No, that's not that. Holly green. There we go. This is MSA 283. And this is the one. We need a bigger studio. Yeah, I don't like this one anymore. It's too small. This is the one that you're going to be able to make. So it's a really lovely tradition. I'm going to take it off and show you. Show you how it all works. That's it. So that's it with a hole cut in the middle. And the binding, which you will make the ties out of. And this is all quilted and backed and finished. So that's the holly green one that you asked for a reminder of. And we've got all of your instructions in here as well. And that's £29.99. So I think that is the most traditional out of all of them. Shall I take you through the rest while we're there as well? Lots of you are spotting that key, by the way. I don't know how you found it, really. Well, people are saying it's behind me. Oh, no, it's not. Not at the moment. Let me show you the holly cream. So that's holly green, which is the really traditional one. The holly cream is actually this one. Gonna go. Obviously, this is unfinished. It's got enough backing of the holly this time to make the binding. So it's kind of traditional, but a little bit more modern, a little bit more contemporary than the previous one. So that's holly cream. And then we have penguin. So this time, this is one that's got the stars and the penguin fabric and the trees and the green. Again for £29.99. And Mandy, I think that was the one you were asking about, haven't I? I showed you that one. Sharon's a bit late. Well, you are in Australia, for goodness sake. You're allowed to be late. 7:45 p.m. over there. Welcome along, Sharon. And Pat says for breakfast in the morning, hot porridge with a large spoonful of condensed milk. Mm. And then we have the gingerbread, which is this one. So if we had a prize for the weirdest sandwich, I really don't know what I would pick, because they're all very odd. I thought my mother was weird, but oh, you've had such an upbringing, haven't you? £29.99 is your prize for all of those. Can you even buy condensed milk these days? Why is it allowed? Right, so that's that. It's incredibly sweet. It must be milk that's been boiled down with yeah, it comes in a tin with like far too much sugar in it. Are we going to have a look at the table runners? Is that what we were doing? And then I think we should have a break, and then I think we should have mince pies. I reckon. I would have one now, but I'd be spitting pastry all over everything. Okay, table runner wise, this one is LPA 247, so we've got the penguins in this one with the red fabric. Why is it when you go to see a chiropractor because you've got a really bad neck and you get such a blooming good massage and acupuncture and it really hurts after? What is that about? No, that wasn't a joke. Well, it probably was. £26.99 for the table runner. That's the ones that you've been seeing behind. So it's a tree table runner. All the wadding, your instructions, and loads of fabric is included in there as well. The thing is, he enjoys doing it as well. Just pop a few needles in here. PLA 231. So we've got penguins with the green this time. So we've got the stars and the spots and your penguins and your wadding and your instructions. Helen says, one snowman said to another snowman, "Can you smell carrots?" Oh dear. Sandwich, jam, cheese, toasted and condensed milk for making caramel shortcake. I suppose that's what it's for, isn't it? Jeanette loves the show. Thank you. Marmite and banana. TWA 247 is the fancy trees that look like little ballerina skirts, and the spot, and the green's got the stars on it, and again, of course, we've got your wadding and stuff included there as well. Stuff being instructions. Just to clarify, oh, you get a box of stuff. And finally is SKA 223, which is the one that's behind me here. In the greens. I love these wonky gingerbread. Oh, yeah, they are, aren't they? Wonky gingerbread houses. No, they're bird tables. They're like gingerbread house wonky bird tables because there's birds on there as well, with dollops of snow on the top that looks like whipped cream. And the spotty fabric as well. All again, £26.99. Now, anything... Oh, okay, with the competition to find the key, is that the one we're closing? We're going to have to close it because Kat's... yeah, you've got 5 minutes to get in there because Kat's exhausted. So should we have a look around and see if we can find it? Where could the key be? Is it up here? Is it on the Christmas tree? Is it under the Santa hat? Is it around the wreath? Is it with the kids? Is it with the gingerbread people? If you just joined us, if you want to have a quick look around our set and see if you can spot the key, we are running a competition where you could win 16 10-inch squares of Tula pink fabric, but you need to get your emails in before the end of the hour because Kat's exhausted. So we're going to close the competition. We've got hundreds of you, literally. So if you want to drop us an email, it's studio@sewingstreet.com. So do that as quickly as you can. Don't need to buy anything or anything else. And don't tell everybody else where it is. Then just come through there. Bad joke alert. What do you call a teacher that's always late? Mr. Bus. I loved it. I had to read that a couple of times to get it. The reason we had bizarre sandwiches is that we hardly had much in our cupboard, so happy to try anything else in our sarnies. I just think my mum was forgetting to buy anything. So anything that was in the cupboard to get stuck onto a sandwich, banana, but now banana butters are accepted because they're actually reasonably helpful. I made ice cream, Christine has, with condensed milk, whipping cream and crumbled Oreos. I've never had an Oreo, they're black. Black food isn't right. They may be very nice, I don't know, but they look like the biscuits that you give your dog for wind, and I just can't imagine them tasting too nice. Just my personal opinion, you know. Potted meat sandwiches. Oh, we used to have potted shrimps when I was younger. And we didn't waste anything, did we, Sarah? That's very true. Anyway, it's a good job management art in today, isn't it? We haven't done a lot of telly-selly stuff. Now then, we're going to be making a gift bag by popular demand in the next hour. We have some brand new fabrics for you, which are lovely. And there's a panel there as well, which is only available in a bundle. I would, again, if you can, have a look on the website and get ahead of the game, because I think they're going to be really, really popular. So join me. What else? Oh, we've got other fabrics on there as well. We've got some sparkly embroidery thread, and then later on, well, I'll give you a roundup at 11 o'clock of anything that we have left already. And oh, don't forget as well, we've got some little felting kits. Or FPP kits are coming up at 11 o'clock this morning. So we're all a bit all over the place this morning. Sorry about that. But it's Christmas, you know, it's Christmas on a Tuesday in September. We're only just in September, aren't we? So anyway, that's what we're up to today. Website is probably the best place to be, which is sewingstreet.com. We're going to get these brand new fabrics out for you and make a gift bag in about 3 or 4 minutes' time.
Shopping with us couldn't be easier. If you want to shop online, then you can head to our website, www.sewingstreet.com. It will redirect you to our sister channel Jewellery Makers landing page. Don't worry, you haven't gone to the wrong place. We're simply using their website temporarily while we're building our own web shop. Scroll down past the Watch Live part and you'll see all of the products that you will have seen on air on today's live show. You can also shop our catalogue by clicking a category, clicking a product to view closer, and adding it to your basket. Once you're ready to check out, you will need to create an account, which is absolutely free to do so, but it will mean that you can check out on as many orders as you want throughout the day with still only paying one postage and packaging. If you'd prefer to speak to somebody in our UK-based customer service team, then you can do so via the free telephone line number 0800 001 4433. They will not only help you create an account, but will also help you with any of your online shopping.
Hi, I'm Debbie Shaw, and as a professional sewer, I really know how important it is to use a high quality thread. Well, you think about it. You spend a lot of money on your sewing machine, you'll spend a lot of money on fabric, and you'll spend a lot of time sewing. So why let your thread let you down? I know a lot of our designers and customers prefer to use Aurifil thread. Now, this is a family business. It was established in 1983 and they're based just outside Milan in Italy. They produce superior quality threads for domestic and professional sewers alike, and they've achieved worldwide success with quilters, sewers, embroiderers and textile artists who all appreciate the versatility and the strength of these threads. It's all made from Egyptian cotton, which is grown just at the side of the River Nile, and Aurifil only use the long staple threads, which gives their thread that strength. Each one of these threads goes through 15 steps before it even gets onto a spool and then comes to you to use in your sewing projects. Now at Sewing Street, we've collaborated with Aurifil and we've brought you 2 collections of threads. So we have the Quilters collection, and these are exclusive to Sewing Street. We've done a lot of research with quilters, and these are the colours that you prefer to use. So we put a whole collection together for you. The second collection is the Essential collection. So this is for the homemakers, for the bag makers, for the craft sewers, for the dressmakers. And again, these have been proven to be the most popular colours that you're going to use. So if you want your projects to last longer and your seams to be stronger, invest in some quality thread.
Did you know that if you shop with Sewing Street, you're only going to pay one lot of postage all day? That's one payment of £3.95, no matter what you're buying. And you can check out as many times as you like without having to pay another delivery charge. So shop online at www.sewingstreet.com, or you can order via our call centre, which is 0800 001 4433.
Hello, my name's Fiona Hesford and I'm founder of Sew Girl. I'm based down in Worthing on the south coast of England, and I've got a range of sewing patterns which I've developed over the last few years, which are projects for loose fitting clothing, everyday simple garments, things that I really love to wear myself. And I'm going to be bringing you them to Sewing Street over the next few months. So I look forward to seeing you then. Bye.
If you'd like to get in touch with us during our live show and send in any messages or any questions, then you can do it on studio@sewingstreet.com. Alternatively, you can message us on our official Facebook page.
Hi there, my name's Allison Marian and I'm thrilled to be joining the Sewing Street family. I live in Staffordshire where I run a couple of sewing groups and I have a passion for vintage sewing machines and also applique. I've stitched in some form for as long as I can remember, but I absolutely love teaching and helping people stretch their skills and hopefully demystifying some of the techniques that can be quite daunting for beginners. So I'm looking forward to meeting the team and getting into the studio. See you soon.
Hello, welcome back again. And now then, as promised, there were 6 of those, there's now 5, and it wasn't me. We've got some brand new fabrics for you, and they're selling out already, so sorry about that. Let me show you what we have. Oh, this is the new bundle. I love this fabric. And first of all, I'm going to show you the panel because I think it's beautiful. Open this all the way up. This isn't available on its own, it's only in the bundle, but look at this. They're so pretty. Oh, and there's very little that you have to do with it because you can just put a backing on it, put some binding around it and quilt it. And you've got a wool hanging, or you've got a lap quilt, or you've got a cocked quilt. By doing very little, that coffee is going out of the way because I'd hate to spill it on there. So, I love this artistry. I think the artist does an awful lot of, in fact, I think it might be the same artist that did the fox mugs that we've got in the studio. Maybe. This is Hannah Dale with Rendell Designs. She does these amazing, like scruffy animals with bits flying off them. I love them, but they've all got characters as well. Look at these little babies. The little beak, and they're singing. I love robins, don't you? They're really cheeky, aren't they? They're quite aggressive, but they're just lovely. And one of my favourite animals. Look, a happy New Year. It's beautiful, isn't it? I love the selvage. Look at that selvage. I don't know what I'd use it for, but it's got all of the characters actually on the selvage as well. So that's not to be wasted. And then as we come over here, look at little lop-eared rabbits in stockings. And the sleepy spaniels with reindeer ears. And they're good. Oh, look. Jingle Bell. Oh, I love donkeys. Look at his face. He's all wrapped up. No, snug as a pug. Snug as a pug in a rug. Beautiful, aren't they? Almost as much fun as the empty boxes. That's the kittens. And knock, la 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 llama. A ho 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 little rabbit again. And then right here in the centre, they're decorating the tree, look. Oh, Christmas tree. So we've got the fox there and squirrels and the we've got a snail, look. So sweet. But I like all this like splashes of paint, almost as she's taken the paintbrush and just flicked it all over there. And then along the side of the panel here, I don't know what you do with them. I thought I got the panel at home, and I thought, why? Then I thought, oh, gift tags. There's lots of space around these as well, which I like as well. So you can actually cut them out and kind of hem them, so you can make coasters with them. I think gift tags would be a lovely idea. But it's got all of the characters individually, or put them all together just on a canvas and make a little picture out of them would be a nice idea. That's my favourite one, the cow. Oh, it's just so sweet. Love cows. £37.99 isn't just for the panel. Morning, Neve. Oh, more eggs off till Friday. Lots of sewing for you this week. Jewel. Oh, what a lovely name. Jewel. What a lovely name. Jewel Day. Thank you. Right. So that's the panel. It's such nice quality as well. It's really, really lovely. Now also, I've got to buy these. Oh, save one for me. I just use this so much. I love it. So you've got all of your characters here again. Yeah, I've been given one to make something with, but maybe I just keep. So I forgot to bring it into work and just keep it. Now this one is on its own. I'll give you the details in just a second. Oh, I love the robins. Very limited on its own, by the way. Robins. Oh, the robins isn't available. It's sold out now on its own, so you can only get this one in the bundle as well. I love the chicks. Their little yellow beaks. And not just Christmas time. Robins don't disappear after Christmas. And then finally, you've got your holly. So no animals on this one, but you know it's the same artist. You've still got those paint splashes all over there. Do you know, these are, I think, my favourite out of all the Christmas fabrics we've brought you so far. They are lovely. £37.99 will bring you all of the fabrics. And we have the panel as well, the only way you can get that panel. So pretty. Holly on its own you can go for if you wish, that is it. So this is by the half metre, so if you wanted lots, then you can order more than one. It's £7.99 for half a metre. And again, 100% cotton. Really lovely handle to it. It's the most beautiful fabric. It's a quilting weight cotton, but it's really soft. So what about a Christmas shirt? Maybe a Christmas dress. It could be your waistcoat. Or a lining. Kat said a lining of something would be really nice. Morning, Leslie. Frosty in Preston, is it? Ooh. A bag lining. Or do you dress up for Christmas? We don't. Do you have a Christmas jumper, or do you have a Christmas waistcoat, or a Christmas tie maybe? Oh, if you've got pictures, I want to see you dressed up for Christmas. So that's the holly on its own at £7.99. And then we do have all of the animals, okay, for now. But we are very limited in stock. I love the donkey, I love the robins. You know, Cal's my favourite one. They're so sad. The llama with his Santa hat on. We've got the dog with his, not as fast asleep. Oh, all fast asleep. That's about to sell out now. Check out your basket. I'm saying basket because that's all we've got left. But we do have the bundle. So if you just like the lot, then they're not going to date either. You know, you can come back to these year after year and you're still going to be using them. And don't forget, this is the only way that you can get the panel, which is this. Oops, what's that? Which would be the easiest thing to quilt. You could just quilt straight down the centre of those red boxes. So you can make something really stunning in very little time, if time is of the essence to you. So all of that, £37.99. But we are very limited. Oh, I was going to make my gift bag out of that. Just have to keep that fabric. Oh yeah, it's at home. I forgot to bring the fabric in with me. But we do have more new fabrics for you. These are the novelty ones. So we have candy cones. Oh, what were they called? When we were talking about sweets earlier on, when they're lollipops, swizzles, is that what they are? I remember seeing them, but I can't remember. Are they like rock? Hilary says, when we grew up on the farm, we had thunder and lightning. Oh, treacle and cream, is that what it was? Cream with sugar sprinkled on top in sandwiches. Boo! Carol's purse is communicating with her. It's saying, stop buying fabrics. I'd go la 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 if I was you, Carol. Right, so that's that. On a navy background. Only £4.49 for half a metre for that one. Then we have snowmen. But they're ginger snowmen. They're ginger snowmen with headphones and hats on and scarves and little Christmas stockings in the background. And holly in a hat. Oh, a gingerbread house would be nice, wouldn't it? With ginger snowmen. Oh, is it Wendy? Wendy's in tomorrow? Oh, Wendy Orlando's in tomorrow. And what's she doing? Don't know. Don't know what. She's just popping in for a mince pie, I think. Oh, they'll all be gone by tomorrow, Wendy. Oh, Christmas makes. Because it's still Christmas tomorrow. Oh, they have posh Christmas tomorrow. They've got Liberty Christmas quilt tomorrow. And then, oh, Wendy's going to be doing some foundation paper piecing with you tomorrow as well. Right, and then we've got more snowmen and penguins with this one. Little Christmas trees and snowflakes in the background too. Pretty colour blue, isn't it? Who was it was saying earlier on that they're like a blue and silver Christmas? That'd be a nice modern blue and silver theme for Christmas, wouldn't it? Oh. I went and made Elliot a cup of coffee in the break. And I put it on his desk and he'd got two others there. So he was lining up his coffees. This is right. I'm still trying to think of a job for him if you've got any ideas. Right. Then we've got more new fabrics. And we're going back to traditional again. So here's your poinsettias. And we've got holly and berries and the pine leaves, pine cones on a cream background. So again, nice and traditional with that one. So all 100% cotton. Remember, these are 110 wide. That's got quite a nice selvage as well. Look, I don't know what you'd use it for, but it's quite nice. I did make a rag doll once called Selvage Sally, and her hair and all of her clothes were made out of selvages, which is like, oh, Joanne loves a mince pie. £4.49 for half a metre there. And then finally with this little collection, these are all by the half metre, so if you wanted more than half a metre, they do come to you all joined up together. This one is holly sprigs. It's directional actually, isn't it? There we go. With all your little snowflakes there as well. You could dress make with this one. I wouldn't make anything too fitted myself, but if you are making a circular skirt or a loose fitting dress, you can make a blouse or a shirt maybe. But quilting weight cotton tends to be a little bit stiffer than something like poplin, which you'd normally use for dressmaking, so it doesn't have the drape. So something like a blouse or something big, I think would work really well with this one. Children's clothing, maybe making Christmas outfits. That would be lovely. Right, so that's that. While we're thinking about Christmas, we have our Christmas flower panels. Oh, we've got a design roll panel as well. Is that them? Right, okay. So these ones, we have the wreath. So that's what you're getting to start with. So the actual wreath panel, I'm going to be in such trouble if I get coffee everywhere, aren't I? Is 12 inches square. It's Christmas though, isn't it? The elves come and clean everything up at Christmas time. So there's your panel with the wreath in the centre. What I love about these is the way that all of the leaves are like fabric printed, so the spots and checks and stripes and lines on there. I would put, no matter what I was doing with it actually, I think I would put some wadding behind there, maybe polyester, and stitch around here so it looks like I'd pieced a border around it. You've got all of these 2.5 inch strips as well, which you can then use to make it bigger if you wanted to. I've used before now the strips to go on the back of a bag and lining of a bag, because these make nice little tote bags as well. But the idea is with the flower of the month that you build it up a collection. So eventually you'll be able to make a quilt with 12 flowers. I think these are extra. I think you're going to get 14 altogether then. So you make quite a decent sized quilt. They are all different colours though. So I was thinking with the strips, you could join together the strips in pieces, so you've got a multicoloured border, or even sashing in lots of different colours, so it ties in the whole look together. So some of the colours are quite grey, some are pink, you've got a red in there as well with the poppies, I think. So some are quite bright and some are quite subtle, but if you position the colours so that you've got a really bright square panel, but then you echo that with a bright border down here, it kind of makes it make sense, doesn't it? They are exclusive to Sewing Street, designed and printed in the UK, so you can't buy these anywhere else, and they're all 100% cotton as well. And these strips are actually 43 inches long, so there's a lot of fabric there for your £9.99. So this one is the wreath, and the strips are all printed as well, like fabric, and that matches with the print that's on the leaves too, so it coordinates very well. So that's that one. And then this one is mistletoe. Is that going to entice Elliot into the studio? Mistletoe, I love the colour of the greys on this one there. So again, because they're so different in colours, they will all work together. I think you just need to be clever when you're working those out. So there's your mistletoe. You've also got your handmade by and the flower of the month labels at the bottom. So if you're giving this as a gift, it's a nice idea to label them. And then all of those strips again, which are all printed. It's kind of a pinky grey, isn't it? It's a really lovely kind of colour. Looks very expensive. Maura says, I'm bad for a bank balance. Oh, sorry. By the time I order ours, I'll be heading for my weekend off. Great timing. That is keeping you busy. We like to keep you busy and be productive. And of course, it's you're learning all the time with sewing. You never stop. So really, it'd be like doing a home course, isn't it? Like an open university home course in sewing would be a really good excuse for buying lots of fabric, wouldn't it? That's that, that's that. Now this is just one huge panel of 2.5 inch strips. I shall stand up and show you. Are you ready? That's what you get. Oh, me neck. So we've got the reds that Viennette are into mustards, and then all the way down to the greens at the bottom. Every one of them very intricately printed. And although, you know, we're saying it's Christmassy, I don't think it is particularly. We've got snowflakes, which are wintry, not necessarily Christmas. And we've got gingerbread men. They're not just for Christmas. But there's also little sycamore seeds on there, which are quite autumnal, really, when you think about it. Well, sycamore, aren't we, like the little helicopters? So again, those ones. Wintry maybe, but not necessarily Christmas. And while we're there talking about sweet things and biscuits, we've got the gingerbread men and little heart-shaped biscuits and jammy dodgers. And do you remember those pink flake biscuits? Used to love them. Can't eat biscuits now, far too sweet. And a lovely load of colours, she says, very eloquently. A load of colours. The strips are 55 inches by 2.5 inches. I don't think I'd even bother cutting them all up. I just keep them as stripy fabric myself. Or you could maybe sew the seams to make them 2 inches, as if you'd piece them all together. So it'd be an easy way of making a quilt, wouldn't it? It's already done for you, really. And again, that's £19.99. I could make a gift bag out of that, actually, couldn't I? Shall I do that? Can I chop this one up? Big, isn't it? Okay, where are we? We have buttons and threads as well. I shan't fold that up because I'm going to cut into it in a second. The buttons are cute. I'm not going to take them out because I'll be in trouble again. So here we've got 3 little reindeer with bells on. So we've got one with bells, excuse me, one with the Christmas tree lights, And there's one there with a little wreath with a bow on it as well. Can you see those properly? If I move my hand out of the back, you'll be able to see them there. So 3 little buttons. They have a shank on the back. I don't think they're going to fit through a buttonhole, to be honest, but they make lovely little decorations, maybe around the top of a Christmas stocking, or even maybe on a gift bag. So 3 of the reindeer buttons, or we've got a whole bag full, look, of gingerbread people. Oh, they've all got skirts. There's still gingerbread people. Men can wear skirts. But loads of them in here for a $2.99. You wouldn't, would you? $2.99 for these. Actually, now I'm going to be a little bit controversial there, because normally I'd say $2.99 is not worth it for $3.95 postage, is it? Because if that's all that you want, that's less than what you're paying for postage, so I wouldn't bother. I'd buy something else and only have that 1p&p all day. However, if you just order those for £2.99, we're going to send you a £10 badge as well. In which case it makes your $3.95 postage worth it, doesn't it? So anybody that places an order today is going to receive our Sewing Street enamel badge, our little Christmas badge. That is per order. No, it's not. It's per person. So you can order as many things as you like. You're still only going to get one. Morning, Nancy. Oh, Christine has made up her own cracker joke when she was little. Paul, she said, "What did the candle say to the cup of tea?" I'm going out tonight. So what did the cup of tea say to the candle? So am I, and I'm getting drunk. Oh, Rosina's husband said, "Buy no more fabric." Rosina's gone a little bit deaf. I'd mishear that, Rosina, and forget the no. So interpret that as buy more fabric. Do as you're told if I was you, Rosina. Was this another joke, Cat? Oh, here we go. This is a cat joke. What did one mouse say to the other mouse when he tried to steal his cheese? That's nacho cheese. That's nacho cheese. That's nacho cheese. Nacho cheese. Paul says somebody threw a piece of cheese at him the other day, and he says that wasn't mature. There's an explosion at the there's an explosion at the cheese factory. Debris everywhere. We were going to stop it in the last hour, but hang on, he's got another one. Paul's neighbours were knocking on his door at 2:30 last night. Can you believe it? Luckily, he was up playing his drums. I don't know how you remember these. I cannot remember a joke at all. Oh, we're going to hear some jokes that can't be said on air shortly. Those will be in the 1 o'clock show. Are we looking at some thread or what? All right then. Metallic embroidery floss. I've got silver and red and gold and green, and there are 4 of each of those skeins for £9.99. Again, a little bit of glittery embroidery. Do you know what would look really nice on the early bird? Maybe on some of the plainer ones, on the green ones. Even if it's just a bit of a running stitch around the along the lines, I think that would add a nice little bit of glitz and glam to your project, certainly. Rosina's never listened to her husband yet, so she's not going to start now. Right, should we do a bit of sewing? Should we do that? I think that would be rude not to, really, wouldn't it? It's nearly past. Right, really simple gift bag. It is going to be lined. It may not have a ribbon around it because I don't think I've got any. Those out there. Having to make space for this because it is huge. Right, well, competition to find the key is now closed, by the way, and we will announce the winner in the last hour. We've had hundreds of you. Right. So I've got that. Oh, I've got scissors. There's scissors. larger pieces like this I'd normally cut with my rotary cutter ruler and mat, but I haven't got a mat big enough to cut. So should we have it in green and line it in that one? And should we do it all in one go? Should we fold it? I think that would be really easy to do. So I'm just going to cut along this bit. So straight down the line there. The edges of these, if you are a little bit wonky, are going to be in a seam allowance anyway, so I'm not too worried about that. Oh, favourite sound? Love it. And here, you could just make a tablecloth out of this. There we go. And around the edge. I cut the white bit off. So just trim all of this off. You could save that. Little bits of fabric like this, although I wouldn't make anything out of it, make good filling for toys. Just chop it up into tiny little bits. So nothing gets wasted, does it? Let's chop the end off here. And again, all of this is going to be, it's only a bag, it doesn't have to be absolutely accurate, but the edges are all going to be in the seam allowance, so you could afford to be a tad off as you're cutting. It's nice sturdy quality, this as well. Oh, Christine's got to work at 11:30. Never listened. Oh yeah, I heard that one, sorry. I'm reading the messages all over again. I don't need to cut all of this off because that would be a rather large bag. But I do need to cut this end off here. Could make a ribbon, couldn't I, out of the fabric? Right. Then we need to decide how big my bag's going to be. Don't need you. Make a cushion cover out of it. You can make so many bags out of this. This is going to be rather large because I'm going to cut straight down here. I'm not being freehand here. There is a crease that I'm cutting along, so I can cut reasonably straight, but not that straight. That's that. So I'm going to make a lining out of that so it's the same. I've made it rather wide because I'm going to try boxing the base in a way that I haven't done before, so that's going to be interesting. So I'll need another piece this size. The nice thing is with gift bags, you can just make them in any size that you like and you can reuse them. So I think whoever receives this should save it and then pass it on for next year. I don't think I need some wadding behind there. I was going to put a little bit of fusible fleece on it, but I don't think I will. Now then, let me think how I'm going to do it. So I need to sew the top to that, and then so that's like that, or is it like that? No, that. That's then that, because I want to push that inside there like that. We'll have a go and see what happens. Oops. So I'm using the little 550. We have thread, so I'm going to sew the top two pieces. Shall we just do that now? Yeah. I'm going to make a channel for the ribbon to go through, but I think I'm going to sew that on afterwards. So, hang on, let me work it out. So that needs to go there, and that needs to go there. Right. Yeah, that will do. So if I sew all the way down the sides, so the top of that with the top of that, and then sew down the sides. No, that's not going to work. I don't need the lining joined to it. Can you hear my mind ticking? Got loads of time, haven't we? Loads of time to make it up as we go. So I'm going to have a lining sewn to the top. I could just, no, I couldn't turn it upside down, it's directional. So the lining sewn to the top of that. And find my foot pedal. And switch the machine on. Oh, and switch it on down there. That's it. This is going to be a big bag. Okay, this is 100% cotton. It's a quilting weight of cotton, so it's quite a nice weave, and it's quite sturdy fabric, which is why I'm not putting any interfacing on it. I don't think for a gift bag it needs it, because this is going to have a drawstring around the top. All right, so that goes there. Oh, very good. This is what I meant about wobbly lines not being too important because they're within seam allowances. And I'm just using the edge of my foot for the seam allowance. Right, so that's going to be the outside of my bag, and that's the lining of the bag, like so. And then I'm going to sew the sides together. I'm just going to plug my iron into it, excuse me. And switch it on. Bear with me, because I just want to press that seam. Like that. I press everything as I go, I don't know about you. I'd normally have pressed all of these creases out before I get going as well, because I don't like to work with creased up fabric, basically. One hand to iron, one hand to drink coffee, one hand to answer your messages. It's Julie's favourite sound. Could use a white for ribbon dawn, couldn't I? Pat says her bank manager wants her to stop watching Sewing Street. Never did do as you're told, did you? Denise says I should stop and have a mince pie and a coffee. But nice to have a hot coffee. And Paul should take over for a while and do a bit of stand-up comedy. I was busy directing this. He would normally, but he's busy directing. He wouldn't have known. Do you know, I've worked for a few shopping channels. I've never worked for anybody quite like Sewing Street. And you know, after this, I wouldn't want to go back to work anywhere else anyway. Right, that's better, nice and flat and crease free. And you can go down there. We do need a shelf under here though. Oh, Elliot could build a shelf, couldn't he? I'll give him something to do. Right. So that goes there and that goes there. And then we'll sew the sides together. Right, let's do it this way and see what happens. So line up the two seams there. I'm not worried about pressing seams open or any of that kind of thing. I haven't done this before, by the way. I've done it the other way, but not this way. That will make sense in a bit. But I'm sure it'll work. I think one of the nice things about gift bags is, you could line up all of those strips as well. Because they don't have to be perfect, they are great projects for beginner sewers. Something for the kids to do, something that you can finish quite quickly but is purposeful as well, which I think is really important when you're learning how to sew. You know, making something that is actually useful, that you can give as a gift, that you don't have to worry about fitting and darts and closures and all that kind of thing. And they're quick projects as well, quick projects that save you money on wrapping paper. I don't like wrapping presents. That's the chore of Christmas to me, at least I don't have any to do. But when you're just making little bags, it makes it a lot easier, isn't it? And you know, the cost as well, when you think about, if you ever go into the stationery stores at Christmas and look at their paper or card bags to put things in, they're a fortune. If I can make 4 huge gift bags out of all of this fabric, including lining, which I wouldn't normally do, then what's that, £5 each? That'll save you a fortune. Right, so I'm turning this over onto its side. Why did you cut the fabric then sew it back together again? Because, Jenny, I wanted the green fabric on the outside and it's directional. So if I'd have had the green on the outside and the peach on the bottom, when I folded it in half, the green would be upside down. That make sense? So I've just sewn them together the other way, really. Right. Now then, I'm going to fold all this length down the side, inside. So let's move this up here. So I'm rolling this over a little bit. So I've got about an inch on the side there, maybe a little bit more. And I'm going to press that. So literally I've rolled the tube so that the seams moved along a little bit onto the side there. And then, that's not quite, that's it. And then I'm going to refold this bit so it sits on the top. So the seam I want to be right on the edge. Tell you what would make it easier if I folded that down. So I'm just pressing the seam allowance back down to the edge again. Then let's fold this over so the seam's right on the edge. So I've got a nice big M-shaped fold in the middle of the bag. And we'll do that all the way down. And then I'll put a few pins in that. Oops. We've got the magnetic pin cushions on metal shelves. There's resistance. There we go. You'll take more time than this at home, I'm sure. And then we'll do the same on the other side. So press that seam first. Roll it back by about an inch. So it's the same as the other side. Fold the seam allowance back down again just to make it easier to fold the second part. And then fold that back over like so. So again, it's kind of an M shape. Oh, Alison, stop it. Stop it. Actually, no, don't. Forward that to management. Thank you. And like that. Okay, then we'll see if it works. So just hold that together. This may not be a perfect fold, but again, if you're doing that at home, you would have more time and be a lot more accurate than I am. And then I'm going to sew across the top and the bottom. So the mustardy colour is the lining on this. I need to leave a gap so I can turn it the right side out. Have you spotted it? That was a little bit of a tease, wasn't it? And the competition is now closed. And then across here. All the way down to the end and across that fold. And the same on the other side. And this is the top of the bag. Done that right. So I'm going to sew that all the way down. Have we got this 550s available, I think, on the website? It's a lovely little machine. Oh, but there's not very many left. And again, fold that into the corner. The deeper you make that fold, the larger the base is going to be. So the more box shape it'll be. That will be explained in a minute. If it might not work, I don't know. I've not done it this way before. Okay. So let's turn this the right side out. And then when you come to where those folds were in the bottom, where are you? That happens. So this is the bottom of the bag, and it looks as though you've actually taken the point and folded it under. That's actually trapped into the seam then. That's what makes the bag base. So if I'd have made that fold deeper, I'd have a wider base on it. I'm showing on that side, it might be, so you can see. Like that. So it's a different way of boxing the base. So this is the base of the bag, and there's the fold that I made at the side. So it gives it a shape. You've got definition there. And it's the same in the lining. That's going to be pushed inside anyway. Let's sew the opening close and do it properly. And on smaller gift bags, I'd maybe put the channel to take the ribbon through just on the outside layer of the bag. But if I'd have done that with this bag, I've got a lot of lining that's going to be baggy, so I think in this case it's better to have the channel, which will make sense in a minute, going through both layers of fabric. So let's have this iron up here again. And let's just roll this over to the top. Actually, I'm going to leave it overhanging the seam allowance a bit, so it looks like a border. It means that the lining is going to be about 1/4 of an inch shorter than the outside of the bag, and I don't think that's going to notice at all. You could make that lining that little bit longer, I suppose. So again, let's just roll that over the top. And press, and I could top stitch all around there. So given more time, it might be quite nice actually to have some kind of wadding behind here, and then stitch across all of the strips. So it, just literally sew almost in the ditch across all of those shapes, and then that would look like I'd quilted it, wouldn't it? Let's go for the seams there. So that's where we are there. And then are we big enough to draw? So that's going to be a nice big bag. Then we'll have a drawstring section with, have I got enough there? We'll do it that way. So I need this to be slightly shorter. So let's say we'll do that to one side. So we'll cut that one there, and we'll cut that one there. And that needs to be about 2 inches. Rotary cutter, ruler and mat. And then we'll have another piece the same there. Whoops, there. And of course you're going to be a lot more accurate than I am today. Oh, Joan says it's clever. I'm just grateful it worked, Joan, to be honest. Things don't always when you do things first time, do they? So I'm just going to fold the edges of this over by about, I don't know, just over 1/4 of an inch on that one. I'll need to turn the ends under as well, don't want to see those. So it's neater if you do that first. And that one. And then fold the sides. And the same on the opposite side. So now I've got a channel that looks like a large piece of bias binding that the ribbon is going to go through. Might not have time to do that as well. Where are we? Oh no, is it 1/4? My watch is faster. My watch is always fast. Is it 1/4 to? I was just looking to see if I had any best press knocking about. If you've got fabric that tends to fight back a little bit or it doesn't want to crease, something like this, then a little bit of spray starch would be ideal. Oh, bless it. It's not too bad, this one. It's nice and crisp. Let's do that. You're an angel, thank you. So just a bit of spray. I'll do that one again as well. That's better. Now it stays in place. Oh, that smells nice. And then I use Best Press on my pillows, and the scent just seems to stay there for ages. It's lovely. I like the linen one. I don't know what that one is. That's lavender. And fold over. Have a look on the website for your Best Press. See the difference is in Best Press and not though. That stayed exactly where I wanted it to be, and the other one's all opened up again. And I've got it all over the table. Whoops. Oops. Right, let's just do that. Oh, Dawn says another. Oh, sorry, Joan. Another one for her sewing journey. That's nice. Thank you. Harbant's supposed to be working. Right, I think that's it for that for now. I'm just going to discreetly wipe the table with the mat. Then these are going to go across the front and the back of the bag. And I think, if you kind of measure where you want it to go, I think right across that line there. If I've got a deeper bag, I can make a nice big frill around the top, but there again you don't get so many presents in. And you don't want it too close to the top, else you just get that. So I think a nice little bit of a frill. So if I put that there, we'll be fine. I need to make sure that the lining's flat behind there because I'm going to sew through both pieces. I'm going to sew across the ends of these and then sew them in place like that. So do that first of all. That needs to just fold under a bit more. Like that. So we go across all 4 ends. Oh, got a bit caught up on that one, never mind. And do go. Snip those off. Has Allison's stuff sold out yet? Oh, if you wanted any Allison Marion's kits, do have a look quickly on the website because we don't have very much left. Been a very busy day today. It always is at Christmas though, isn't it? And although our competition's closed, we've still got some of those pins left. So anybody that places an order, remember you're going to have one of our Sewing Street gingerbread man pins. Right, that's going to go there, isn't it? Measure and mark if you wish, but I'm kind of doing it by eye. So I'll just pop a few pins in there. Oh, Sue's trying to find Best Press. Have you not got Best Press on the website? Oh, sorry, Sue. I'm just saying, oh, have a look on the website, and apparently it's sold out. Sorry about that. Keep watching this space. I'm sure it'll be back again. Let's do the same on this side. So where was that? Just across that line there. Do the same here. I don't like ends. And again, I'm just smoothing out the lining behind it because I'm sewing through both layers, so I don't want to crumple up the lining on this. Make a nice tote bag actually, wouldn't it? Maybe I should have done that instead of a gift bag. No, you wanted a gift bag, you're going to get a gift bag. There we go. Okay. Now only through one side at a time, so I can take that off, actually make it easier. I'm just going to sew along each side of the channel, not over the ends, so we'll go backwards and forwards to strengthen the end of the seam and just sew straight down. Quite close to the edge, so I could get quite a big ribbon in here if I wanted to. We'll snip that. And then sew the other side. And again, quite close to the edge, just keeping that nice and flat as I go. Almost there. Ooh, almost out of thread. Who's been winding different coloured threads on top of threads? Who should we blame for that one? Who was in yesterday? Susan Briscoe. It was entirely her fault. She put the wrong colour thread in when she was hand sewing Sashko. So take those pins out. And around the other side. Just snip those threads off there. And away we go. It actually comes together quite quickly, doesn't it? So I think if I was doing this for myself, I would quilt it a little bit. I'd have a bit of padding behind there maybe. Not too thick, because fabric is quite thick. So I'll cut that. So we still want to be able to, gather it up nicely is where I'm taking my time in getting round to saying. Oh, see, we had so much time to do all of this and now we've got 3 minutes left. Okay, you get the idea. Do we have a safety pin? No. So, I would make up my ribbon and then thread that through the channel like that. So ribbon goes through here. I do two ribbons, so we have them going in opposite direction. So one goes in there all the way around through there and back out again, and the second one goes from this way all the way around and then back out again, and then when you pull the drawstring it'll gather it evenly from both sides and it'll draw up like this, and then you have two nice big bows on the side as well. So you've basically got a rather large gift bag with a gusset. You could put handles on it as well, you know, use it as a, actually that would be nice, wouldn't it? You could put some handles on there, make it into a tote bag, and then just have a little bit of gathering through the middle there to give it a little bit of shape, so you'd have a bag that shape. See how things evolve, and it matches my jacket too, look. But I'm thinking, I did use the mustardy colour in the middle. I didn't use any of the red, So I could make another version. In fact, let's have a look. If I used a plain lining, I got 2 gift bags that size just from the red. So if I'd used a different lining, so 1, 2, for these, I could have had 2 gift bags from the red, 2 gift bags from the green, and 2 gift bags from the mustard colour, and then maybe use one of the solid colours to coordinate on the inside, and then you've just got some ribbon to put around there. So if you're £19.99, I was saying that you could probably make 4 big gift bags. If you make your money go that little bit further, by using some of your own plain fabrics as well, you can make 6 for your £19.99, which works out at about £18.40. 18, no it's not, about £3.40 each. It's good value, isn't it? How much are you paying for gift wrap at the moment? So that's what it's going to look like. Now then, we've got a bit of film coming up for you in the next show. From Victoria Peat. She's going to be doing some foundation paper piecing. So if you're new to it and you need it explained or want to see a demonstration, then do stay with us. Oh, thank you, Chris. I'm still here though for the next hour or so. We should be waiting in the wings, so still keep your messages coming through. I might even answer them on Facebook and via email. So we're going to have a quick little break, then I'll introduce you to Victoria, and then I might get to drink a hot cup of coffee. I'll see you in a minute. Hi, I'm Debbie Shaw from Sewing Street, and these are my 5 top tips for successful sewing. So number 1, always use a good quality thread. A good quality thread will keep your seams stronger and also help to prevent lint building up inside your sewing machine. Tip number 2, if your project isn't going quite according to plan, put it down, walk away from it, come back again the next day and you'll probably find that things don't seem half as bad as they did. My tip number 3, never throw away your sewing machine manual, always keep it to hand because you're going to find hints and tips, techniques and troubleshooting in that manual. You'll miss it if you lose it. My tip number 4 is to read your pattern instructions before you even cut out your fabric. Different manufacturers of patterns will give you different instructions, different ways of constructing your garments and different seam allowances. So to have a successful garment, you need to follow the instructions precisely. And then tip number 5 is don't give up. Every professional sewer sewed their first seam. Every professional quilter quilted their first quilt. Every professional quilter sewed their first line of wonky stitches and had to get out the quick unpick. That's no different to you. So I hope you find these useful. If you want more hints and tips, then why not go to Sewing Street on channel 74 on Freeview, on Sky 670, and of course we have a YouTube channel where you can catch up on previous demonstrations. We'll see you soon. Did you know that if you shop with Sewing Street, you're only going to pay 1 lot of postage all day? That's 1 payment of £3.95, no matter what you're buying. And you can check out as many times as you like without having to pay another delivery charge. So shop online at www.sewingstreet.com, or you can order via our call centre, which is 0800 001 4433.
Hi, I'm Rosie Wells.
My name's Poppy and I'm a nutritional therapist.
Hi, I'm Ruth Lynette and I can't wait to join you all on the brand new Gemporia Lifestyle channel.
If you're a fan of primal living, you're going to adore what's around the corner.
What is lifestyle? Lifestyle is healthy habits.
Feeling good, it's about looking great,
Making sure that we're taking good care of ourselves inside.
and it's about the life that you lead and the home that you live in.
All of this is why I'm so excited.
We've got the most wonderful team.
Homeware deals and primal deals under one roof on one channel.
I can't wait to share this brand new channel with you. So we'll see you soon on Gemporia Lifestyle.
Gemporia Lifestyle, coming soon to Freeview Channel 74 and gemporia.com.
Shopping with us couldn't be easier. If you want to shop online, then you can head to our website, www.sewingstreet.com. It will redirect you to our sister channel Jewellery Makers landing page. Don't worry, you haven't gone to the wrong place. We're simply using their website temporarily while we're building our own web shop. Scroll down past the Watch Live part and you'll see all of the products that you will have seen on air on today's live show. You can also shop our catalogue by clicking a category, clicking a product to view closer and adding it to your basket. Once you're ready to check out, you will need to create an account, which is absolutely free to do so, but it will mean that you can check out on as many orders as you want throughout the day with still only paying one postage and packaging. If you'd prefer to speak to somebody in our UK-based customer service team, then you can do so via the free telephone line number 0800 001 4433. They will not only help you create an account, but will also help you with any of your online shopping.
If you love sewing, then you need the UK's favourite sewing magazine. Every month, you'll receive exclusive patterns. Follow simple step-by-step guides suitable for all skill levels to make your own stunning clothes, accessories and more, together with inspiring tips and tricks from industry experts. Join in and discover your love for sewing. Try Love Sewing today and get your first 3 issues for just £6.
If you'd like to get in touch with us during our live show and send in any messages or any questions, then you can do it on studio@sewingstreet.com. Alternatively, you can message us on our official Facebook page.
Well, we're going to be foundation piecing in the show with Victoria in just a second. She's going to be showing us the 2 cushions in the foundation paper piecing style as promised. And we've put the bundle of fabrics together and the instructions for you to make a set of cushions as well. So this is what you're going to receive. So you've got a lot of fabric here. With reds and greens and pale blues. So all of that, black, white, grey, peaches, the skin tones there as well, and purple. You see where all of these go in just a second. So you've got plenty enough of the cushions. And then those are your instructions as well. So these are the cushions that you're going to be able to make. So you've got the Nutcracker and your little mouse there as well. And in here, nice instructions, aren't they? All glosses, like reading a magazine. Those are all of your instructions. So some photographs and some diagrams, but very clearly explained there. There's a metre of the red fabric, and then you've got fat quarters of all of the others as well, and fat eighths as well, so everything that you need. Oh, this is what they look like. I haven't actually got the finished samples here, but this is what they actually look like. That's what you're going to be able to make. Just really quickly, Yasmin, Alison wasn't feeling too good this morning, and Lindsay used to like Tunis cake with solid dark chocolate on the top. Not heard of that one either. Okay, we've got a quick. We haven't got a very long video to show you that Victoria's made. She's going to be explaining to you how to actually make the cushions up. So go and make yourself a cup of coffee really quickly and sit back and relax. We're going to be around about an hour, and I shall see you back here on the other side then.
Hi there, I'm Victoria Peat and I'm delighted to be with you today. I've been invited back by the team at Sewing Street because you guys gave such great feedback on the 2 cushions that I did for you guys recently, which is the Santa and Mrs. Claus. So I am back with some new designs. Last year I designed this wall hanging, which is a Nutcracker, and it went down really, really well. So I've been working for a while on a smaller version for a cushion, and then I got a phone call from the team at Sewing Street to say, oh, have you got anything else that we could use that was Christmassy? And I said, oh yeah, I've got the Nutcracker in cushion format. So that's who I am bringing to you today. So you want to have a look? If you've not seen yet, here he is. Isn't he cute? He's so fab. I love him so much. I love him, and I know you guys do too. I popped some pictures on social media about a week ago, and the feedback on him has been absolutely wonderful. Now, you can't just have the Nutcracker. We needed a pair of cushions. So I came up with something else that's been in my mind for a while. So you may as well have seen a little sneak peek of this one, but in case you haven't, are you ready for this? This is the Mouse King or the Rat King. I like the Mouse King better. So what a fab pair they make. So you've got in the one booklet, you're going to get instructions on how to make both the Nutcracker and the Mouse King, both of those. So these are foundation paper pieced projects. So the central section on these, this middle section, these are 10 inches square, but the finished cushions measure about 14 inches square. And the instructions include all of your templates for the middle and instructions on how to do the piping and all of that. So yeah, I really hope that you like them. Today I'm going to be doing some demonstration focusing on the Nutcracker. We're going to have a look at some of the tools that you need for foundation paper piecing, and we're going to piece this section, this section here, and then we're going to talk a little bit about these hair pieces here that are a little bit more tricky, or seem tricky, but they're really not. These patterns, they look a lot more challenging than the Santa and Mrs. Claus, but if you follow exactly the same techniques, then you will be absolutely fine, I promise you. So yes, we're going to cover off making these two sections. We're going to talk about joining the sections together, and then I'll talk to you about some of the quilting and the effects that I've done on both this one and on the Mouse King. We'll have a look at both of those. But to start off with, shall we have a look and see what you get and what the pattern looks like? So let's have a look at the instructions. It's a 12-page booklet that you're going to get with your kit. On the front cover, you've got your two illustrations of your Nutcracker and your Mouse King. And on the inside, you've got all your information. You've got your introduction, a few hints and tips with regards to cutting out. I suggest that you cut out your all of your borders first, and then followed by your piping, and then use the rest of the fabric to do your foundation paper piecing. I've got here two diagrams that you can use if you want to play about with your colour placements or your fabric choices. We then talk about your pattern pieces, and we've got two diagrams here, and we'll revisit these a bit later in the demonstration, that just talk to you about how your pattern pieces all come together, and any points where you might need to just check your joining of your sections, just to make sure that you're as accurate as possible. But there aren't too many of those in each of those, but you've got the diagrams there to help you. We then move on to how you actually construct your blocks. So you've got your instructions, your illustrations that go with your Nutcracker, and then you've got the ones that go with your Mouse King. We then move on, and we've got instructions for adding your borders, how to deal with the quilting and adding the face detail. And then we've got instructions on how to make your own piping and how to add that piping to the cushion. And then, of course, how to put the back on these. These are just an envelope back, but obviously if you want to add in a zip or something, then you can do that yourself. We've got all of your pattern pieces. They're all in colour, which makes it easier for you to identify which fabrics go where. And all the pattern pieces have been reversed, so that you're creating either a Nutcracker that goes in the same a Nutcracker that goes in the same direction as the one on the front cover on here. So he's facing this way. The Mouse King is pretty much a mirror image, but this one does go in one, he's on one jaunty angle. So the pattern pieces have already been reversed for you. They've all been labelled, and you've got all your codes and everything to help you along the way. You will need to copy these onto a different paper, maybe your foundation paper, piecing paper. But don't worry if you have to do that in colour, in black and white. If you haven't got a colour printer, you can use some colouring pencils to help you with the identifying which bits are which. And then on the back of the pattern, you've got your tools and notions that you need and all of the fabrics. But of course, you'll be buying a kit from Sewing Street, so you will have all the fabrics that you need. So those are your instructions, all nice, full colour, and take you through the process step by step. So first of all, let's have a look at some of the tools that you are going to need. So these are some of the tools that you might need for your project. I have here some paper scissors, but you could use an old rotary cutter or something just to roughly cut out all your paper pieces. You'll need a rotary cutter, and an add-a-quarter ruler will make the world of difference. but if not, a standard quilting ruler will be useful. A 12x6 is great for trimming down your pattern pieces afterwards, but really for doing the actual foundation paper piecing, an add a quarter ruler is just amazing. For your sewing machine, a standard presser foot is absolutely fine, but when you come to put in your piping, a zipper foot would be really, really useful. You could do with some glue. A standard glue pen would be really useful. A fabric marking pen. If you don't have access to a photocopier, then some colouring in pencils or felt tip pens or something would be really useful. You'll need some thread. I tend to go for a mid to dark grey thread in my machine. You'll need some piping cord. You'll need some embroidery floss in either a dark brown or a black or something like that. You'll need some sewing pins. I like the long yellow glass-headed sewing pins, the quilters ones. Some sewing clips would be really useful. You might want to use some stitch and tear. That would be particularly useful for transferring the facial markings from the pattern onto your finished project. And also, an iron and a pressing surface, and of course your sewing machine, and some foundation paper. This is just a fabulous paper to use. It's a lot thinner than standard copier paper. So normally the stuff that you get in your printers like 80 GSM paper, this is much more lightweight. This is more like a 50 or something. And it almost feels a little bit like newspaper print. It's got that slightly more porous feel to it. It means that when you've finished your piecing, that it's much, much easier to take out. And it's not so hard to sew through because it's finer, it's easier to sew through it. It means it's also easy to fold. So this is absolutely super. The pattern that you're getting today, or as part of this bundle, you will need to copy onto some paper to be able to use it for foundation paper piecing. So you can photocopy onto this. So this you can put in your photocopier. The only thing you need to bear in mind is that mine, and I don't know if the ones that Sewing Street will have for you today, but mine are in 8.5 by 11, which is letter size as opposed to A4. So I just had to change the settings on my my copier to letter size rather than A4. But this stuff is fabulous, and mine came in a pack of 100, and it just lasts for 100 sheets. But you know what I mean? It lasts absolutely for ages. So these are your basic toolkit of the bits and pieces that you will need in order to get going. So next up, I'm going to take you through the basics of learning foundation paper piecing so you can make your Nutcracker and your Mouse King. So to start off with, we've got all of our pattern pieces transferred onto our preferred paper, and I'm using the foundation paper piecing paper. And I've just cut roughly around the outside edges. You can see I've not cut right up to this dotted line. I've cut just roughly round a little bit further. It's sort of like 1/8 of an inch to 1/4 of an inch further than that dotted line. And we'll trim that at a later stage. So all your pattern pieces are transferred. If you don't have a colour printer, don't forget you can use pencils to just highlight which sections are which colour, just to make life a lot easier for you. But I've done this on my colour printer to make the demonstration easier for you to follow. So I've got that roughly cut out. I'm going to show you how to do foundation paper piecing based on section H. Section H forms part of his shoulder and is made up of 5 pieces. We're going to need the green, the light blue and the goldy yellowy colour from your kit. We're going to start off with, as we do with all of foundation paper piecing, we're going to follow the numbers. We're going to sew and deal with pieces 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5, and you always deal with them in order. We're going to start off with piece H1 here, which is a green, and I've just chopped a piece that seems like it's going to be big enough. And what you're always looking for is you need a piece of fabric that's going to be big enough for the coloured section, plus 1/4 of an inch around outside, all of the outside edges. So on here, you've got the 1/4 of an inch that goes into the outside of the pattern piece, plus you'll need to allow for 1/4 of an inch between 1 and 2, and 1/4 of an inch between 1 and 3, and again between 1 and 4. That piece just needs to be big enough to cover this piece. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you not just how to cut a rectangle and use that to piece from, I'm going to show you how I piece from a larger piece of fabric, because I always find that easier, particularly when you're dealing with triangular pieces that are a little bit odd and smaller pieces. But dealing with your first piece, now this is quite an easy project for you guys because we're dealing in solids, and solids are great because obviously there's no right side and wrong side. But if you decide to make this again in some more fabrics, always just remember that your very first piece of each section needs to be right sides facing down. So remember that. But for the solids, obviously either side is okay. What I've done is I've taken the pattern piece and I like to pre-fold along all of the solid lines. So your solid lines, your stitching lines. So I've gone through and I've already pre-folded against each of these lines because I find that easier when I'm trying to place fabrics and just do my preparations. I find it easier to do it beforehand than as I go along. But that's up to you. Try both ways and see which way works best for you. So what we do is we're going to be sewing with the printed side uppermost, and all the fabric is going to be sewn onto the underside of your pattern piece. So for piece number 1, we've got our piece of fabric roughly the right size. I'm going to take my fabric glue pen and I'm going to put some glue behind this section just so that we can hold this one in place. You can use a pin, but I prefer to use just a dab of glue. I find that a lot easier. I'm going to place that on top of the fabric, just making sure, looking underneath, and this is where having it pre-folded already will just allow me to fold back and just make sure that I've got it in the right place. And I can see here that I'm not totally happy with how this is sitting. Just put that on top of the grey so that you can see. Not totally happy about how this paper is sitting on this fabric. So I'm just going to move that around a little bit, just to try and make sure that that sits nicely. That's a little bit straighter. What we're going to do now is we're going to attach this green section onto blue. So you've got H1 is green and H2 is blue. So I need my blue fabric. What I'm going to do first of all is I'm going to fold back between 1 and 2 along that line that I've pre-done. And then I'm going to take my add a quarter ruler and I'm going to place the little ridge on the underside of that against that fold in the paper. And I'm going to trim the green fabric underneath. And what that will do is that will give me a nice straight edge, and I know that that's a 1/4 inch seam allowance, and I want to be able to start with that. Now the piece on the underside, and you'll be able to see this through your paper, and if not, you can hold it up against a lights box or a window or something. But the section that we're trying to cover is this one here, and I'll just draw it with my pen so that you can see. It's this triangular shape in here. So when I flip it back onto this side, see, it's this section here. And what you can do is you can just flip back your pattern piece and you'll be able to see where that is and what you're trying to line up. Because when you flip it over, we're going to put this raw edge against the raw edge on this larger piece of blue fabric. But what you need to make sure or bear in mind is that the blue piece on the underside doesn't need to sit underneath this part of the pattern, because this is actually made up of the yellow and the blue. You're just looking at this section here in isolation. But you need to make sure that your raw edge is matching up with the raw edge of the piece that you've just trimmed, and that you've just got enough to this one side to allow for when we come to stitch these pieces on at a later stage. So I feel like that's in the right place, and then I'm going to pick this up all together. I'm going to use my thumb and forefinger, and I'm going to pick up the pattern piece, your upper piece of fabric and your lower piece of fabric, and then we're going to take it across to the sewing machine. And this is how I've pinched it, and I've brought it over like this. I still have my paper folded across, because what I want to do is when I place it down on the machine, I want to make sure that those raw edges are meeting, because quite often, if you're not paying attention or you're rushing, this top piece of fabric can move away from this bottom piece and you can cause yourself all sorts of bother. So just make sure that these are nice and lined up when you get to your machine. You can then fold your paper back across, and we're going to sew on the solid line between 1 and 2. But this one here just extends into the outside seam allowance. So we're just going to start from the outside edge and we're going to sew along and then along the dotted line up to the end. Now in my machine, I've got my my neutral coloured thread, but what I've also done is I have reduced my stitch length down to about a 1.2. And what that means is that it just allows you to remove the paper more simply at the end. I've just sewn up to the end of that solid line, and I'm going to cut my threads. So when I come over to my pressing surface, now what I want to do is I want to press this flat, and then I'm going to press away from my line of stitching. Flat, and then I'll just pull this piece of fabric away, and I'm not pulling or tugging, I'm just flipping it over and I'm smoothing, and I can see the line of stitching, and I'm just making sure that that's being pulled away from there. Give that a press. I like to normally just let this cool a little, ideally, just to let that set, but I don't have time for that today, so we'll just move that across to my cutting surface. Now what we need to do is, you can see we've now got this large piece of blue fabric. We need to release that so that we can use that over for piece number 3 or any subsequent pieces. So I'm just going to take my rotary cutter and I'm going to roughly cut down this side, because this is on an outside edge. So I'm cutting just to the outside of this the paper. We're now going to come across and do piece H3. I'm going to just swivel it round. I'm going to fold against the line that I've pre-folded between 1 and 3, and I'm going to fold that back. And I'm going to use my add a quarter ruler just to trim this down in size, because the aim is to not have too much fabric bulking up the inside of your project. So we'll trim that down, nice 1/4 inch. And now we're going to use that line to line up against the fabric over here. The piece, and I can see just by flipping backwards and forwards which piece I need to be covering. So it's this section here. I'll draw it again for you. That's where having the lines pre-folded for other sections is helpful, because I've already pre-folded between the 1, 2 and 3 and the 4 here, so that you can see that. You see, I've just drawn on that with my pen. That's a stitching line that we're going to use in subsequent steps. So I just need to make sure that I've got enough fabric to sit underneath this section, plus a 1/4 inch to this one side. I know I can place that over to the left. So I'm going to do the same thing as I did before, pick up with my fingers, and we're going to take that across to the sewing machine. And then we're going to press, flip the fabric away, make sure it sits evenly against that line of stitches. Give that a press. Okay, so you can see his little sleeve in the background coming to fill the other spaces. So we just need to give that a trim. I'm going to do the same thing. We'll go across just outside the paper pattern and trim away that excess fabric. We can get that green. Okay, so we've got our 1, 2 and 3. We need to come along now and do our 4 and 5. So number 4 is the yellowy gold. We're going to fold back against this line here, and then just neaten up these seam allowances using our 1/4 inch ruler. Gives us a nice straight edge to deal with. So now we've got our goldy colour, and I'll draw this line on for you again so you can see from home. Follow that line. Right. This section here, which is the yellowy gold. So I know I can pop that in here. I just need enough to allow a seam allowance on that one side. I'm using, this is a linen texture gold. I think in your kit you're getting the plain gold. So I'm just making sure that my print is facing uppermost. I'm going to take that across to the machine. So at the machine, I've got those raw edges lined up, flip my paper open, and I'm going to sew all the way through the seam allowance on both edges of this particular pattern piece. Okay, so that's sewn all the way through the seam allowance on this side and this side. So I'm going to press this one and press away, across. That fabric down here. Press and not iron, naughty. Okay. So now we need to trim this gold fabric. I'm going to go up and across the top. And then I'm going to fold. The next piece we're sewing is an H5. So we're going to fold against the line between 4 and 5. And you can see here, there's just a little bit of stitching that's gone through this seam allowance. So I'm just going to hold the fabric and very gently pull the paper back and release it from the fabric underneath so that I can just fold along that line, all the seam allowance that goes with it. And then you can see this excess fabric here. So I'm going to take my add a quarter ruler, butt that up and trim that off. So again, we've got a nice straight edge to be working with. So now we need the last piece of blue fabric, which is going to need to cover this section here. So I'm going to find a suitable place, ideally a nice straight edge on my fabric. That. So we'll line up the raw edges and make sure this pattern piece is folded down, and we can just see underneath, if we lift, we can by moving the fabric up and down, you can see that this paper sits well within the fabric underneath. Same thing, we pick up and take over to the machine. Make sure those raw edges are matching, flip the paper back across, and we're sewing through the seam allowance on the outside edge and along the straight, the solid line. So we've sewn on H5, which is our last piece, we've sewn through the seam allowance at this end, and we've sewn through the seam allowance at the other end. So the final press, I always like to press flat first, set the stitching, get them a little bit more flat, and press. At this stage, we just find it easier just to trim away this excess, just the outside of the paper pattern. Rid of that. And then at this stage, I like to trim up to these dotted lines. So I'll need to use my ruler. I like to have a something like a 12-inch ruler. I've got a 12 by 6.5 because I find it's big enough to sit on top of your pattern piece. I do have, reach across. I have got a thinner ruler that I can use to trim, but what I find is that when you've got all your seams here and you've got multiple layers of fabric, the ruler doesn't sit quite as well over those pieces and has a tendency to move around. So I prefer to have a bigger ruler to trim my pattern pieces because it just gives you that little bit more stability. You can just spread your hand and spread the load if you like. I'll take a 1/4 of an inch line on my ruler. I've got a solid one here, and I'll place that against the solid line on the outside edge of the pattern, and then the outside edge of the ruler should just sit along the dotted edge of the pattern piece. And we're going to trim through the paper, and we're going to trim through the fabric. And this is where this paper is really great because it's not too thick and it's not too hard to cut through. What I do though is you'll notice I'm working on a green mat, but I've got a pink one underneath. I find that with foundation paper piecing, that frequently you've got a lot of cutting that you're doing in exactly the same place, and I find it wears the mat. So to have an older mat or a rotating cutting mat or something like that just allows you to protect your standard mat or your bigger mat, because the smaller ones obviously cheaper to replace. So I do my foundation paper piecing smaller or a rotating cutting mat. So I'll line that up. I've also got an old rotary blade that I use for cutting if I'm cutting through the paper. So I've got that to hand. I'll line that up. And just cut through each of these. Now my blade is broken on this, my blade release. So don't tell me off for not undoing it, I promise. No kitty cats around, no children. Children are at school. Woohoo. Oh, it's a joy. I mean, you know what, I love that they're back at school, but they also love being back at school. They're really, really enjoying it. So long may it last for everybody's sanity and for their education. Trim that back to the blade. And so that's your pattern piece all trimmed up. And let's have a look at that from the other side. So that's it, they're ready to go. And shall we show you just where that is on here? This is his shoulder piece. Okay, so that is your basics of how to do your foundation paper piecing. On this pattern, sections E and F, which are the hair for the Nutcracker, are a little bit more challenging. You can see these sections here where you've got all these smaller triangular type shapes. So I thought I'd just show you quickly a couple of those sections. To help you out, it's useful if you can have a window that you can look at your pattern pieces through, or you can do what I've done here is I've just drawn on, so I've placed this up against a window and I've drawn through the seam lines just to try and help you figure out where you're going. And what you might find is that you use this method for E, but when you come to do F, then you kind of get into the swing of it and you figure out what you're doing. I've pre-folded as I do normally, and I'm going to start off with piece E number 1, which is a piece of white, and I'm doing that with the right side facing downwards. So I'm just going to place a little bit of glue on the section where E1 is, which is just a little one there. And I'm going to place this on top of the fabric, nice and centrally, to make sure that I've just got 1/4 inch all the way around for seam allowances. I'm going to fold back against E1 and E2, and because I've pre-folded, it makes that quite easy. Take my add 1/4 ruler and trim that seam allowance. Now, the piece that we're going to do next is piece E2, which is this one in here. Now, the only thing I would say is that this feels very small, this section. Let me colour it in so you know exactly which one we're looking at. And this one here feels very small. So to get a piece of fabric that's going to be just a little rectangle that sits underneath that becomes really fiddly because you can't hold it on the underside, which is where I like to use a bigger piece of fabric. So I'll place that 1/4 inch as we do normally, but just make sure that the fabric underneath is big enough for that piece, but allows the 1/4 inch seam allowance to here, because at some point this is going to be sewn to piece number 11. I'm just realizing that's a little bit tight, so I'm just going to move across a smidgen so that that fabric's big enough. And then you can pick the whole thing up, and that's a lot easier than trying to pinch a tiny little piece of fabric underneath. And then we'll take that across to the machine. And at the machine, we can do the same thing. You've got your bigger piece of fabric underneath. You can just check that the raw edges are matching, and you can flip that piece of paper over. And you can just see how easily a little tiny piece of fabric can get missed underneath. I'll just bring my presser foot, my needle down into my start position. I'm still on a 1.2, and I'm going to sew along that edge. Cut my threads and then go across to my pressing surface. When I get across, I'm going to press flat as I would do normally. And then I'm going to be very careful. I'm going to bring against that line of stitching, I'm going to bring the fabric back across. Just make sure that it sits exactly where that's been stitched. You don't want to be pulling at an angle. And then we can press that. Iron. and then we can come across to our work surface. Next, what we need to do is we will be stitching piece number 3. So I'm going to fold back along the line between piece number 1 and piece number 2, which I pre-folded, and I'm going to use my add a quarter ruler, and I'm going to chop away this excess blue plus some of this extra white from that first piece. So that removes that. At the same time, what you can do is between 2 and 11, so all of these little pieces here will eventually be swallowed up by, or the edges will be trapped off by the 11. So you can come and use your add a quarter ruler to trim this off now. That gets it out of the way. You can do it once you've sewn 2, 4, 6 and 8, reading upside down. You can then go and trim all of those at the end, or you can just trim it now to get that bit of excess fabric out of the way, and then it's not in the way. So to do piece number 3, I'm folding back along the line between 1 and 2 and 3. So I'm now doing this piece here. I'm placing this on my fabric, making sure there's enough, I'll place that on a straight edge and make sure there's enough for 1/4 of an inch seam allowance on those other edges. So again, I've used a really large piece, and then I can pick it up and take it across to the sewing machine. Making sure the raw edges are matching. Flip that piece of paper across, and I'm going to sew along the straight edge. Sorry, the solid line. Okay, exactly that same process. We'll press, and we'll flip it away. And iron. And then we're going to do the same thing to trim, because we need to get rid of this white because it's all in the way. So we're going to fold against between E3 and E4. But what you've got to think about is that it's between E3 and 4, but in a minute E5 is going to be sewn on. So I'm actually going to trim the seam allowances against this line first between 3 and 4. But I'm not going to cut all the way through the fabric. Obviously, I'm just going to go up a little bit. So I'm going to trim 1/4 of an inch up here, and then I'm going to turn and trim in this direction. We'll do along first. So we've released here, and then we're going to fold back between all the odd numbers, 1, 3, 5, 7. They're all going to be eventually sewn to piece number 12. So I'm going to fold back along this line. This is the little piece that I trimmed a minute ago. I'm going to place my add a quarter ruler against that line for 12, and I'm going to trim this bit off here, which will then release all of this. Okay. I've got that to use again, and this is all nicely trimmed down, so these are starting to come together. I find that people always struggle with things like the rectangular pieces, because they can be, it kind of messes with your head and you're not really sure which angle to put the piece of the rectangular piece of fabric. But by doing it and cutting it from this larger piece, you'll find that it's easier to try and get these accurate, and you're not wasting paper, you're not wasting fabric, you're not unpicking, you're not getting frustrated. Work from a larger piece and trim down as you go, and you can see I'm actually not wasting an awful lot. I'm only cutting these small pieces off as you go. So that's a good method to try and follow, particularly when doing these pieces where you've got the little tricky bits with the hair. So now let's have a look at, once you've made all of those different pattern pieces, let's have a look at how we join all of those together. So in the instructions on page 2, you'll see you've got 2 different diagrams here that talk to you about all the different number of sections and how you join those together, and the subsequent illustrations help you with that. On these 2 illustrations here, you'll see there are some green circles, and those green circles help you, and I've just got a quick picture I'll show you. These show you where you need to focus on with regards to joining the sections together. So for example, on the Nutcracker, between section G and that middle section that's made up of A to F, there's 2 green circles there. Those are the ones that you want to joined together to make sure that his hat sits nicely against the top of his hair. So if we look on the cushion, you can see here you've got the side of the hat that comes down, and then just at this point here, what you'd really like is for that section to meet. You've also got this section down here where the side of his face meets the top of his jacket. There's a seam there that you want to match. There's also one underneath here, underneath his little nose, but that's not so much of a problem. That one's a little bit tricky, but it's not so much of a problem because you can hide it with a button for his nose. So there is a way around that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you how I start to join my sections together. So to begin with, we're going to need all of your completed paper pieced sections, and we're going to join them together. I'm going to focus on these two for the time being. These two run along the bottom of your block. You've got his jacket and then this arm piece that we pieced earlier on. We're going to need some pins and some sewing clips, and of course your sewing machine and your pressing iron. I like to use a combination of the pins and the clips to try and make sure everything matches up. These two seams here, there are no green circles to match. There's nothing to match up, so this one's nice, nice and simple. But the way I do it is that on the corner piece of each of your pattern pieces, I will put a pin through each of these corners on both sets of paper pieces that I'm joining together. I'm just going to stick a pin through, and I'm just sticking it through perpendicular. I'm not sort of weaving it in and out. Stick it on the other side. And these will give me a way of marrying up those seams perfectly, because it means that, because what we want to do is we want to get these matched up, whereas if you've incorrectly trimmed these pattern pieces on the outside, just off a little bit, by matching those raw edges, that's not necessarily going to work. And then if you've got an odd shaped piece, you're not going to quite know where to match up. So by putting the pins in these corners, you're going to know precisely where you're trying to join up. I normally put the larger piece on the underside and the smaller piece on the top. I'm going to leave the pins in the top section, and on the bottom section, I'm going to take the pins out one at a time. So I'm going to take this first pin out, but I'm going to keep with my fingernail just next to where this pin is, so that when that pulls out, I've got a visual reminder of where that is. There's a little hole left by the pin, and I'm going to take the smaller piece, which I'm going to place on top. That pin is still in, and I'm going to place that pin through that hole that I've just made by taking out that other pin. So that's through both sets of pattern pieces and all the fabric. Now I'm going to do the same with the other side. I'm going to place my thumbnail next to this this pin in the lower piece. I'm going to take that out, and then I'm going to take the pin from the top and place that through that hole. Okay, and that hopefully will mean that these paper raw edges will match up. Just make sure these are perpendicular and they're not, because if you push the pins one way or the other, it moves the pattern pieces and you're less likely to be getting an accurate result. So I make sure those are perpendicular to the pattern pieces. I'll then take my sewing clips and hold that in place. And then what I can do is I can take the pins out, because you're obviously not going to be able to push this through the sewing machine when you've still got your pins. Take the pins out and go across to the machine. Now, at the machine, you will want to stitch with the same stitch length that you did before to make sure that you can get your paper out afterwards. But if you are worried about your accuracy, or you're doing a particularly tricky piece, then start with a longer stitch length that you can then stitch over at a later stage. But this one's relatively simple, so I'm just going to go ahead and do my 1 to 1.2 stitch length. I'm going to stitch along the solid line, taking my clips out as I go. All the way through the seam allowance. And with a bit of luck, your line of stitching, I just checked there, with a bit of luck, your line of stitching from the top will have gone through that line, that outside solid line, because that's what you were using as a guide, and hopefully it should then go through that solid line on the other side. When it comes to pressing, I think it always depends a little bit on the types of the two pieces that you're joining together. It depends on how many seams there are going in here, and also when you're trying to stitch together things that need to match, just have a look and see whether your seam allowance sits better going one way or the other, and just see whether that makes a difference to the way that that seam looks. I found that particularly important when I came to join these two sections here on his face. It looked better with the seams going one way than it did the other. So just have a look at that in the two different directions to see what you're happiest with. On this one, because I've got a seam on this piece and not on this one, I'm finding that the seam naturally wants to sit going in that direction. So give that a light press. And then you can move on to attaching this to the next piece. Now I've already pieced these together, so I've already done this face section, which is made up of the two moustaches, and that's where this little bit in the middle needs to match up, and I've attached these two hair sections on the sides. We then need to attach the hat section and the section that we've just pieced together here. Right, so on these ones here, this is where I mentioned earlier on the sample, is that ideally what you want is for the point at which the hat and the background meet, 1/4 of an inch from the edge, meets nicely the top, the outside edge of the Nutcracker's hair. So we're going to do exactly the same thing as we did before. We're going to stick pins in these outer edges. But what we're also going to do is we're going to stick pins in the edges of the hat, and we're going to stick pins in the little point here. I'll draw an arrow section where the hair meets this outside edge. So we want that point there to match this point here. Okay, that's pressing that seam allowance the other way. So we're matching these points, plus we're meeting the outside points. So this time, rather than just using 4 pins, we're going to use 8 pins. I'll pop those in. And when I'm popping through on this side, I'm putting through on that junction, but just turn round and turn your pattern piece over and just make sure that the pin is coming out exactly where you want it to. Sometimes the way that you press, it may look like you've gone exactly in the right spot from this side, but on this side your fabric may not be exactly in the right spot. So just double check that on the other side. So for these, I'm making sure that the pin's just coming out on the black hat rather than the blue background. Okay, so those are my 4 pins, that piece. And then we need in this piece as well, so I'm going to do this, the corners. One piece in here where the hair meets the top, and I'm making sure that the pin comes through just onto the hair section rather than the background section. This one. So I've got my 4 sets of pins, and then what we'll do is we place this one on top of this one, and we're going to do the same things with the pins. But what we're going to do first is, can you see how we've got the seam allowance that's been pushed to one side? What you don't want to do is you don't want to sew across the top of this seam allowance, because underneath is the paper. First of all, we're just going to carefully tear back the little bit of paper in the seam allowance and the little bit of paper that sits underneath it. I'm not going to take all of the piece, all of the paper out, because I still want to use this as a foundation, because I may have accidentally pasted this on the bias or something. I don't want this section to stretch out of place. I'll keep the paper, as much of the paper in place until I've finished sewing. That little bit. torn those bits out, and then I'm going to place this on top and do the same thing. Finger in place, pull the pin out, pop the next pin. Out. Now with a darker fabric like this, you won't necessarily always see the hole that the pin leaves, so just hold it up to the light if needs be, and you can see where the hole is that you created. I'm going to have to do that with that one. I'll be back. And then this last one here. Okay. Got my 4 pins left in place, and then I'm going to use my sewing clips. Start. There's one edge here. Sure those pins are nice and perpendicular. Clip all the way along. And I find that the sewing clips are easier to use, and I end up with less mistakes by using the clips. You can use a pin, but I find by the time you've put the pin in and out, there's a chance that you've moved the top piece versus the bottom piece, because the paper does make things a little bit stiffer, and I just find that I'm more likely to disrupt things by using a pin to secure the 2 sections together. Out. Now take this to the machine, and this is where, because you've got these sections that you're trying to match, if you wanted to go for a longer stitch length, you could do that, and then you can go back and stitch over it. So what I'm going to do is have a look at a slightly longer stitch length. I'm going to go for something like a 2.5, just so that we can see how this stitches together and whether I can get these sections, these little points to match. I just wouldn't go too long on your stitch length, because I think by moving too fast through the machine, you've got a chance of it all going a bit skew-if. Sew along the solid line of all of those different pieces. So let's have a look at that. See what that looks like. I'm going to open that out, and I think that seam allowance, because this underside is more bulky, I think the seam still wants to go in that direction. I'm just going to push the hat away and the seam allowance pointing upwards, and I can see here that I'm really happy with how the hat is meeting this white section here and here. So I'm going to go back and I'm just going to sew again with a slightly shorter stitch length. But the joy of this foundation paper piecing paper is that it's really, really easy to remove. So actually you don't need to go too small with your stitching. So once you're happy with that and you've stitched that at the right length, you can give that a press. And move on to that next section. So the final section to add on is the part with his jacket, and this is where it's not 100% key that you do this, but the aim of the pattern is to have the bottom of his face here, so a 1/4 inch here, sitting on this seam line with his jacket. But if you are sewing your jacket all in one colour, then I wouldn't bother too much about if that's not 100% accurate. Yes, so that's what you need to do, is join those 2 together, and then we can move on and talk about how we deal with the face. So once you've done all of your piecing, you've got all your sections joined together, you then need to add on your borders, and you're adding on your 2 vertical borders and your 2 horizontal borders, and then you want to create a quilt sandwich. And I created my quilt sandwich using just some polycotton and some wadding that I had left over from other quilting projects. So you don't need very much, because your finished cushion cover is about 14 inches square. So you just need some leftover pieces. So shall I show you some of the bits and pieces I've done with regards to the quilting and the facial details? So here's the Nutcracker that I've pieced. I haven't got my my borders on at the moment, but you would add your borders on, and then you would remove all your paper from the reverse of your work before you made your quilt sandwich. Once you've done that, what I like to do is I like to do my quilting work first before I go in and do the face details. So on the Nutcracker, I've done some straight line quilting in the background that I've done via, I've used my hero marker, and I've used my my acrylic ruler to draw some straight lines that I've done here on his on the background and on his hat. I've also done some straight lines on his jacket. On the hair, I've done some, it's like free motion, just straight line freestyle kind of quilting there. I've done some curly whirly bits on his moustache, and on the gold sections on his uniform, I've taken one of the decorative stitches on my machine that's done some curly whirly bits. I've got the 720 Pro, and that's just added that little bit of texture on there just to make him a little bit different. On the Mouse King, I've done straight line quilting again on his on the sleeves and across his jacket. I've done the same curly whirly stitch, I think it was 092, I think, on the golden sections. I've done some straight line, just backwards and forwards stitches going on his ears. I've done some echo quilting on the crown. And in the background here, I've just done almost like a starburst type design. So I marked out from the center point, I marked inch markings along and then down the side. And I've used my hero marker from this center point here to mark out in a sort of like a radiating fan, and I've done that just in the background pieces, so I've got some little short pieces of stitching in these background pieces here. But what you do with your quilting is entirely and utterly up to you. It's what you like to do, what you're happy to do. It depends how much time you've got. So in terms of the face, so I would tend to quilt all of this first with the borders on, get all of that done, and then I would move on to doing the face. Now on the pattern pieces, I have put on these pattern pieces the location, my suggested location for where you want to put the eyes, the eyebrows, the nose and the mouth. Now you'll notice on the sample that I've done here, I've not actually gone for eyebrows in the end. I thought he looked okay without them. So again, it's personal choice, it's up to you. If you want to use these as a suggestion and go with that, what I would suggest is I've stuck these pieces together. You can sort of see on the back, I've kind of folded the seam allowances out the way, and I've joined these up so the seam lines match. I'll create that, and then I'll take some stitch and tear, I'll pop that on top, and I'll take a marker pen or something, a marking pen, not a marker pen, a marking pen, just to draw on these lines, and then you can pop that on top of your finished work, pin it in place, and you can use that as a guide for your stitching. And I'll use just an embroidery floss, either a dark brown or a black or something like that, just to add in any facial details that you like. So again, I've not done the mouth on here, but you could add a little mouth. It just changes the way he looks. But you know, the eyes, you could, I've done this one, let me put him here so you can see the difference, is that I've done the eyes sort of there, but you could make the eyes smaller, closer together and more beady, or you could spread them right out. Wherever you put the eyes will kind of create a different character. Yeah, you could put them a little boss-eye, you know, not quite that boss-eye, but you know, you could add a little bit more character. So depending on where you put your eyes and whether you do your eyebrows, whether you do your mouth or not, really makes a difference. And the types of buttons you use, I've used 1/2 inch buttons This one I've chosen, it's got a shank on it. You could just choose another standard button. And look at the buttons as well that you've got, is that these are quite fancy buttons, but on the other side they're plain. So you've got different options there. Or of course, if you're giving your cushion to like a child or something, or you think there are going to be children around, you could use little bits of felt instead. So you've got those different options to play with. In terms of the mouse, I've put her. It's not her, it's a him. Mouse King. I've put the eyes spaced apart. I've done a button nose, but I played around with buttons for ages to decide what I was going to do with these. But I've gone with a shank button to match. And then I've done the whiskers. I've put those in. I've not done the eyebrows because I thought, I think it might live without them. I think it depends on the buttons you're choosing. But in terms of the embroidery floss, I go anywhere between 2 and 4 threads. I used 4 threads for these whiskers. But if I was doing the eyebrows, I probably would only choose something like 2. So have a try and see what you think. So that's about it from me, a bit of a whirlwind, but these are your cushions. Have another look. So you've got your 2 there. They look fab, don't they? You've got your Nutcracker and your Mouse King. You are getting both of these in your instructions, in your instruction booklet, which is here, and I'm sure they'll show you the instruction booklet and take you through all the fabrics that you get with that. But it includes everything you need, all your pattern pieces, all the right size, and instructions for doing your cushion backs and your piping and all sorts. So yeah, I hope you've really enjoyed that, and I hope you love these. And I'm so pleased to have been back on Sewing Street again, and hopefully I will see you again soon. Happy crafting, bye.
Well, thank you so much, Victoria. I hope she comes. Nice if she came over here. If you're watching, nice if you came over here sometime as well, Victoria. I'd love to have you back in the studio again. But thank you for that. Okay, well, over half the stock. Well over half. In fact, we haven't got very many left at all. 80%, loads. We don't have much left. It's kind of the story of the day today, isn't it? Of the kit to make said cushions. Interesting, isn't it? Have you ever done any foundation paper piecing before? I always thought it'd be really, really complicated. Love it because you get the accuracy, but I thought I would never have the patience to do that. So it's nice of Victoria to explain that to us so clearly. This is everything that you're getting in your kit to make the cushions. 100% quality cotton, and it's only £29.95. And then, of course, you've got your patterns to make both of those cushions as well. These are rather nice. They're all glossy and everything. She's a bit posh, our Victoria, but explained really clearly with both photographs and your diagrams and step-by-step instructions there as well. But really not very many of those left at all. We've had another few messages while you've been watching that. Sharon's making scrubs. Allison, our Allison Marian, had a chat to her while you were watching Victoria. She said she's feeling a lot better, and she did agree that she's going to come back again and re-demonstrate the mind you, we haven't got any left, have we? The table runner and the skirt. Well, she's going to have to make some more, isn't she? She's wearing a Christmas frock and everything for you this morning. So we'll keep you posted. We'll let you know when she's going to be back again. Right, well, in the next show, I'm just going to give you a roundup of everything that we've got left from Christmas Day today. And, of course, we're going to be announcing the winner of the fabric stash from the person who realised where the key was, because it was ever so difficult to find, wasn't it? We're going to spin a wheel. There's been hundreds of you, literally, but we'll spin a wheel in the next hour and choose a winner of your Tula Pink fabric. So again, we're going to take a quick break time for another coffee and see you again in a couple of minutes. Hi, I'm Debbie Shaw from Sewing Street, and these are my 5 top tips for successful sewing. So, number 1, always use a good quality thread. A good quality thread will keep your seams stronger and also help to prevent lint building up inside your sewing machine. Tip number 2, if your project isn't going quite according to plan, put it down, walk away from it, come back again the next day and you'll probably find that things don't seem half as bad as they did. My tip number 3, never throw away your sewing machine manual, always keep it to hand because you're going to find hints and tips, techniques and troubleshooting in that manual. You'll miss it if you lose it. My tip number 4 is to read your pattern instructions before you even cut out your fabric. Different manufacturers of patterns will give you different instructions, different ways of constructing your garments and different seam allowances. So to have a successful garment, you need to follow the instructions precisely. And then tip number 5 is don't give up. Every professional sewer sewed their first seam. Every professional quilter quilted their first quilt. Every professional quilter sewed their first line of wonky stitches and had to get out the quick unpick. That's no different to you. So I hope you find these useful. If you want more hints and tips, then why not go to Sewing Street on channel 74 on Freeview, on Sky 670, and of course we have a YouTube channel where you can catch up on previous demonstrations. We'll see you soon. Did you know that if you shop with Sewing Street, you're only going to pay one lot of postage all day? That's one payment of £3.95, no matter what you're buying. And you can check out as many times as you like without having to pay another delivery charge. So shop online at www.sewingstreet.com, or you can order via our call centre, which is 0800 001 4433.
Hi, I'm Rosie Wells.
My name's Poppy and I'm a nutritional therapist.
Hi, I'm Ruth Lynette and I can't wait to join you all on the brand new Gemporia Lifestyle channel.
If you're a fan of primal living, you're going to adore what's around the corner.
What is lifestyle? Lifestyle is healthy habits.
Feeling good, it's about looking great.
Making sure that we're taking good care of ourselves inside.
And it's about the life that you lead and the home that you live in.
All of this is why I'm so excited.
We've got the most wonderful team.
Homeware deals and primal deals under one roof on one channel.
I can't wait to share this brand new channel with you. So we'll see you soon on Gemporia Lifestyle.
Gemporia Lifestyle, coming soon to Freeview Channel 74 and gemporia.com.
Shopping with us couldn't be easier. If you want to shop online, then you can head to our website, www.sewingstreet.com. It will redirect you to our sister channel Jewellery Makers landing page. Don't worry, you haven't gone to the wrong place. We're simply using their website temporarily while we're building our own web shop. Scroll down past the Watch Live part and you'll see all of the products that you will have seen on air on today's live show. You can also shop our catalogue by clicking a category, clicking a product to view closer and adding it to your basket. Once you're ready to check out, you will need to create an account, which is absolutely free to do so, but it will mean that you can check out on as many orders as you want throughout the day with still only paying one postage and packaging. If you'd prefer to speak to somebody in our UK-based customer service team, then you can do so via the free telephone line number 0800 001 4433. They will not only help you create an account, but will also help you with any of your online shopping.
If you love sewing, then you need the UK's favourite sewing magazine. Every month, you'll receive exclusive patterns. Follow simple step-by-step guides suitable for all skill levels to make your own stunning clothes, accessories and more, together with inspiring tips and tricks from industry experts. Join in and discover your love for sewing. Try Love Sewing today and get your first 3 issues for just £6.
If you'd like to get in touch with us during our live show and send in any messages or any questions, then you can do it on studio@sewingstreet.com. Alternatively, you can message us on our official Facebook page.
Well, welcome back again. Now then, we were going to give you a roundup of everything we've had throughout the day today, but it might be quite a short show because we haven't got much left. So what we'll do is spend a long time looking at everything individually. How's that? However, we had a competition earlier on, remember? So you had to spot Santa's key. Now then, we had to shut up earlier on because there were so many of you there, but we're going to be doing it again tomorrow, apparently. So, did you see where it was? Oh, it was there, look. It was there. Look, and it was there. So there it was. I don't know what is the key to. I know it's Santa's key. the key to his heart. Maybe he just can't. He can't get home, can he? If you don't get any Christmas presents this year, it's because he's locked out because we've got his key. We've had hundreds of you. Apparently, it's going to be in a different place tomorrow. Oh, and you're going to win a prize. It'll be a different prize tomorrow. It'll be Liberty. You can enter again. It'll be Liberty Fabrics tomorrow. This is what one lucky one is going to win. These are Tula Pink fabrics. And you've got 16 of those in total. Sorry, 15 of those in total. Sorry, 14, because I'm having that one. And these are 10-inch squares. So should we do it? Should we do it? Because I know you're so excited. Ready? We have a wheel. Here we go. Can you read your names on there? Woo! Just. Susan Patterson! Woohoo! I love that. Is that clever? Oh, well done. That was Kat this morning. Well done, Susan. We'll, in fact, you need to get in touch with us, or should we get in touch with you? We'll get in touch with you for your address, because obviously we've got your email address, or let's drop you an email, ask for your address, and we'll get these out in the post to you pronto. So that's going to happen all over again tomorrow. Poor Santa. And if nobody finds his key, that's it. He won't be going home at all, will he? Glynis is back. Jolly good. Welcome back again, Glynis. Been at work this morning. Shall we have a look at our early bird? Because we've still got some of these left. We have two options for you. This is the special offer that we bring you every day. Oh, that's nice, Sharon. Thank you. So we'll go for the green tartan first of all. So we have tartan with printed snowflakes. We have a woolly tartan. These are all cotton poly mixers. And then we've got the green tartan, the bright green. That's nice, isn't it? I like that one. It's got a little bit of a shine to it. So I'm thinking these are fat quarter sizes. I wouldn't quilt with these. They're a little bit heavy for that kind of thing. I've got another coffee. I don't think I've finished one all day. Maybe all of the coffees that I've had will amount to one mug by the end of the day. I'm thinking gift packaging. So the gift bag that I made previously, you could actually make 2 outers, smaller obviously, from one of those. So that could be 8 gift bags if you use a plain lining. But if you don't have to line it, make a princess seam down the side. Don't have to line those at all. You don't have to put any backing on them because they're nice and substantial. So Christmas stockings, maybe placemats, anything like that. Gift bowls and boxes. So that's, there we go, do it neat. And then the bright, this is really soft. This is a nice one. I'm thinking dolls' clothes, maybe Christmas outfits for rag dolls would be lovely. Oh, a bandana for your dog, a Christmas bandana. I don't think Bobbin would, she wouldn't put up with that. She would not have anything like that on her. I tried to put a tutu on her once. I'd made one for my granddaughter. And I thought that'd be funny, I'll put it on the dog. She went mad. So no, I don't think she would tolerate anything like that around her neck. Hurt her leg again. Very worried about that. Anyway, here we have, this is the woolly one, so it's a little bit thicker. Bandana for yourself. £6.99 for all of these, remember. So that's a little bit more traditional, I think, that one, isn't it? And then there's the one with a white snowflake print on it. I like combinations like that. It's kind of unexpected, isn't it, to see a print on top of a tartan, but it really works. It really stands out. So 4 pieces for £6.99. And they go together, the both of them. Remember, you've only got one postage to pay. I mean, one postage if you order both, but one postage all day, which I think is a brilliant offer. So you could go for the 2 of these separately without paying any more for your postage. So this is another one of the tartans with a print on it. Do you know your tartans? What tartan is it? Is this a traditional tartan? I wouldn't know very much about it. Maybe it's your family tartan. Maybe you can add snowflakes to your family tartan, make it a little bit jazzy. And remember when we got married many, many moons ago, we had a bouncy castle in the garden, had the reception in the garden, everything. It's been together for ages and, you know. So we had a bouncy castle, which I thought was brilliant. I ripped my frock and 2 of our guests were wearing kilts. That was an entertaining evening. Men in kilts, traditionally, and on a bouncy castle. I know. No photos, thanks. Right, that's that one. We had a rope swing in the garden. Right, so another one with the white print on the top. That would chafe, wouldn't it? Oh, you do get the full fat quarter for your £6.99. And then finally, I like this one. It's got the smaller snowflakes on it. And it's actually got a silver thread running through there as well. So white snowflakes which are printed, and then part of the weave is are the silver threads as well. 4 of those for £6.99. So do you collect fat quarters? Have you got lots of them just waiting for the project to use them on? You're building up your... Oh, I'm not saying stash anymore because I was saying on Sunday I listened to sewing podcasts on my way into work, quite a few of them because it's a long journey, and somebody was saying that she doesn't call her fabric stash anymore, she calls it her collection. So I thought, I like that, it sounds more meaningful rather than just buying a load of fabric for no reason. So if you have a collection of fat quarters, we have storage for you. Now I know this isn't a roundup of what we had today, but it was so busy we thought we'd show you anyway. I don't have got many left. In fact we sold out of this yesterday. We got more. Doesn't always happen. So in here you have storage compartments. I don't know how many you'll be able to fit in, but it would be loads. But you can actually take these out. They've got we think 197. Is that how many we've put in there? That'd be heavy, wouldn't it? These compartments do come out. So if you wanted that for larger items. Do you know, I've got bags like this, maybe a little bit bigger, that I store my shoes in under the bed. And I like the, excuse me, I like the clear lid so I can see what's in there. So it stops everything getting dusty. So I think outside the fat quarter for a bit. You don't need to use this for fat quarters. It's a great storage bag. All wipe free, keeps things nice and dust free. Maybe things that you don't use so often, like your summer clothes. Somewhere to put your bikini. It's got a pocket in the side as well. And maybe a few of them. Paul keeps his bikinis in storage boxes like this because he's got so many of them and he can identify the colours because it's got the clear front to it, see? And it's only £10.99. It says it's quite nice to be able to identify your bikini because he doesn't want to clash with his girlfriend. So if she's wearing a leopard print, he won't go for the tiger print. You know, it's nice to have something a little bit different, yeah. Oh, he's still single. Just FYI for fans. You know, just in case you thought you might ask him out or something. £10.99 again, and it's a back in stock today from yesterday. When it sells out again, we can't guarantee we can get them back that quickly. Always try. We always endeavour to do our very best. Do you know what I like as well? It's not too big. I know it'll hold an awful lot, almost 200 fat quarters if you squish them in. But the bigger the bag, the heavier it is to carry. So I think I'd rather have 2 smaller bags than 1 big one. And of course, when it is full, you can stack them up on top of each other as well. Or it's somewhere that you could hide your collection if you don't want somebody to know that you've been spending so much on fabric. Just saying, you know. We're still here. On Facebook if you want to send a message, or if you've got pictures, if you want to send an email maybe, it would be nice to hear from you today. So it's 12:15 and we're still live. So if you think about there's no point in sending any message because you won't reply to them now because you're not live. We're still here and we're still live because it's Christmas. Are we here for 5 hours tomorrow as well? I say we, it won't be me. Vicky's here tomorrow. So she'll be here till 1 o'clock as well. So yeah, do come and send a message. Be nice to hear from you. I've got Wendy Orlando, so it'll be fun. We've got Wendy Orlando tomorrow for 3 hours as well. So yeah. Okay, let's have a look at these ones. This is the vintage collection of solid fabrics. That's been really busy. Everything's been really busy. Let me show you width-wise what you're getting. 112 centimetres wide, which is this. So we've bundled them together, which means you make a saving. So you save, excuse me, you save £3 if you order the bundle, but if you think, I only want one colour, don't want all the rest of those, then you can buy these individually as well by the ½ metre. Oh, it's pre-cut, is it? Oh, the bundles are pre-cut. Excuse me, it's dusty. So, this is, we're calling it crimson. I wouldn't, see, I think that's crimson. I'd say bright red's crimson. I think this is a little bit deeper myself, more of a claret kind of colour. 112 wide, ½ metre in length. That's part of the bundle at £17.94. We put these together to go with our huge fabric bundle, but I just think there's so many. I mean, it just goes with everything. It's a really lovely colour. Then we have the beige. This, I think, would make nice ragdoll skin, as I think the next one would do as well, because we get lots of questions about the Osnaburg or calicos to use for dolls, and I think the weave's a little bit too loose, and I don't like the flex in it for dolls personally. But this is perfect because it's a nice tight weave, so it's not going to distort when you stuff it, and there's no flex on it. It's perfectly plain. So that's in your bundle. And then the tan. Look at the fluff in here. So ½ metre of the tan. Then ½ metre of misty blue. That's a lovely colour. That matches my jacket, but it matches things like that. Really lovely. Marilyn's asked with which of the plains fabrics would mix well with these. Oh, practically all of them. That's why we put them all together. So we've got the stars in blue fabric would go really well. It's not exactly the same colour, but it does coordinate very well. So that works. I think the one with the hens and the buckets would work particularly well. And that one. In fact, you know, I'm going to mix them up again. That one. And that one. So that goes really well with that. But then again, with that one, we've got that one. Oh, the pears I thought went well with that one. So that one. With that one, because the pears are the same colour. That looks really nice. So that's the khaki. And then we've got the, like the fur. Now, to be honest, maybe I'm struggling with the rest of them. I think that's probably going to be the only one. Maybe the little stars. There's no green in it, but I think they look quite nice. But the greens aren't quite the same greens as the greens in the bundle, so I wouldn't with that one. But I'd would with all of the others. Morning, Mary. Afternoon, Mary. I'm not used to saying afternoon. Good afternoon and welcome to Sewing Street. You don't hear that very often. Yet. So that's your vintage bundle. Then we have our Annie Downs mega bundle. And we are going to have a good old look at these because these are, I got quite excited when I saw these. I love these kind of designs. And I'm going to move my cuppa and have a good old look. We have 3 French hens, 10 lords, a leaping, 2 turtle doves. I know these aren't in the rider. Order 5 golden rings, 6 geese a laying, 11 pipers piping, a partridge in a pear tree, 7 swans a swimming, 9 ladies dancing, 12 drummers drumming, 2 turtle doves. Have I said them all? 8 maids a milking, 11 pipers piping, and a partridge in a pear tree. I think that's about it. But it's subtle. You know, it's not screaming the 12 days of Christmas at you. I like interesting fabric like this, when you look really closely you can see detail, like the chicken's got a scarf on. And look, it's got a little scarf on there. Let me twiddle that around so you can see it. So 3 French hens. No, it's got a little scarf. And like the book, it's got milk actually written on it, and the 6 geese are laying. Look, that goose is going crazy. I laid an egg. 4 calling birds have got musical notes on there. So again, it's really lovely detailed fabric, and I like the colour of the background and the colours of the little icons there. I think it's just lovely, personally. We have lots of fabrics on Sewing Street because we're a sewing channel, you know. We're full of it. But you know, just sometimes you see a fabric, oh, that's the one. Even when you're spoiled with all these beautiful fabrics, I mean, that's nearly sold out, else that would be the one, but this is the one. But you just see a range and you think, oh, there's so much I'd like to do with that. See, with this, that's the same print but a different colour in the background. I'd love to see a traditional little girl's Christmas dress with a bit of smocking across the front and little puff sleeves with bows on the gathers in this fabric. Might have time to do it. It's about time I made something for those girls that's not fancy dress. Waistcoats, I just think for children it's really classy and it's a little bit of fun, but it's, you know, it's not Mickey Mouse, it's just really classy. I love it. Little aprons maybe for Christmas time. Oh, gorgeous. I mean, you don't have to use it as a bundle. Make a lovely quilt. Oh, that would make, because the thing is, it doesn't say Christmas, so you have to put it away after Christmas because everything's Christmas. It's more subtle than that, so you wouldn't want to put this away. Oh, look at this one. This is like all of the characters marching along. You could cut these up into borders. You could make strips with them, make ribbons out of them. See, that'd have as the bodice on the dress, and maybe a skirt made out of that, and that's all gathered up. And a bit of dark red piping would look really nice. So you'd have to go for that to match as well. So that goes there, and just a tiny little bit of the red poking through, and then that is the bodice. And a Peter Pan collar. Oh, in my mind, I'm sitting at home stitching Christmas things. Right. Yeah, normally, no, I'm not even halfway at home. I'm normally at the end. No, in fact, this time of day, we're still packing stuff up, aren't we? Right. Oh, and then we've got tiny little stars. Now, this isn't Christmassy. You could use this any time of year, all year round. Isn't it a lovely colour, though? It's unusual. In fact, I can't even describe, like dark coral, would you call that? And then just flashes of mustard colours and greys. And it's kind of faded, isn't it? It's beautiful. And the little stars, even though they're bright yellow, they don't stand out too much. It's subtle. It's lovely. And then I love this colour. It's soft, a mossy kind of green, I think, with the little dark green petals and cream coloured dots in the centre. So pretty. Now, the dark coral that you just saw, we also have in, I have to say, I think it's one of my favourite colours. I love greys. Most of my wardrobe is grey, apart from telly stuff, because it doesn't look too good, but grey is the colour of choice for me to wear. In my rather large collection of fabric, it tends to be grey that I reach to for most things. I like colour with it as well, just a plain grey is a little bit drab, but I like the subtlety of this one. You know, the little yellow stars and the tiny little hearts. It's really subtle, but it's still grey, so I think it's really classy. I just think greys are really classy. Most of my house is grey, actually. Hi, Edna. Great talking to you today, she said. And you? Not morning now, done the housework. The Boris rule. And admitting to it, Edna. Oof, shot at dawn. Doing the housework now, watching you. Mind you, I normally say, no, it's not 1 o'clock yet. Normally 1 o'clock when you can start housework. Whether they haven't now watching you, did have you on while working. Well, that makes it a little bit better. Look at this one. We're not even halfway through this bundle yet, it's huge. So we've got little sprigs with stars. That's nice, isn't it? And again, it's not overtly Christmassy. And that, I think, would look amazing next to the scarlet fabric. Really makes it pop out at you. It's beautiful. It's delicate, it's dainty. So I'd cover buttons for my little girl's dress with those. I wouldn't necessarily use a whole ½ metre for that, but I think those would look nice on buttons. Then we have pears. With the stars, with the red. Now, where were those? See, those stars were the same as those, weren't they? So they just go together so well. And that background, I know it's not grey, because that's my favourite colour, grey, but it's a grey-blue, misty blue background, we're calling that one. And then we've got the same print, but with the beige background. Aren't they classy? They're just really lovely fabrics. And nice quality as well, and that's really important. The better the quality of your fabric, the better the quality of your project, I'm thinking. Do you know, it's a shame really if you're making gift bags out of them, because you're going to give it away. I just want to keep this. Maybe two. One to give away and one to add to my collection. We've got the same ditzy floral. In fact, they're not flowers, they're little stars on sprigs. The same as the white or the cream background look, but looking very different. They're quite warm and autumnal, that one. Goes with your pears. Well, you're getting all of these anyway. This is a whole complete bundle. And again, if you wanted to make that go a little bit further, that works, doesn't it? See, or it's got tiny little red dots in there. Maybe just a little flash. Like a little flash. So that's those. These are available by the ½ metre, by the way. So if you just wanted one particular... Oh, which one would you have? I couldn't choose. Oh, here we've got these tiny little stars. Look at those totally. Oh, that's nice, isn't it? So I automatically reached for that scarlet, which goes really well. But this picks up on the little stars, on the misty blue. That's lovely. Oh, now then. Yeah, well, I don't know. I'm just looking at this array of fabrics thinking if I could only choose a couple, which do what I have, I don't know. I'll go through those later. We've got half an hour, haven't we? Actually, that goes with that as well. So where's the green one? So we have a khaki, right down here. We've got a khaki, and that's the same colour as the pears, so that goes. But then the misty blue picks up on the stars. It almost gives it a different look, doesn't it? Or you could go for the tan as well. Maybe a bit darker would be nice. Do you know what? That'd go. Hang on a minute. Completely different collection, same colour. Barbara thinks it'll make nice blouses. It's soft enough, actually, Barbara. You would be able to do that. With maybe a plain collar. We haven't finished yet. There are 7½ metres in this bundle altogether. Another one of the dits. Have we seen that one? Oh no, it was this one I was thinking of. Same colour. In fact, those go really well together. They don't clash too much, as in prints fighting against each other. So that's the ditzy flowers again. Oh, come off. And then the stars again. That's what colour would you call it? Yeah, rusty brick terracotta. We'll call that one. Should say by the metre. What should Barbara? We do sell it by the metre, but the price, that'd be expensive, wouldn't it? £104.49 by the metre. We do sell it by the metre as well, that's on the website, but this is the whole complete bundle. I got to the end at last. And again, that misty blue colour in the background. Should we do it again? Should we measure each piece to make sure they're cut properly? Right, so that's that. So that's your complete bundle, 7½ metres. Right, do you remember the warm wishes from earlier on? I'd actually had this fabric at home because I was going to demonstrate something from it, and then we went and sold out of it. But we do have one left, which is the holly. And this one is available by the half metre. It's kind of traditional with the holly, but it's a little bit of fun with the paint splash effect in the background. That should go with anything. Look, that goes with that. All with greens. That's nice, isn't it? And you've got the white background there as well, so it gives it a really nice clean look with this one. But they look like they've been taken from watercolours from the artist whose name escapes me, Hannah Dale. Because of all the shading on there as well. And this one, look at this selvage. I don't get excited about selvages, but I don't know what to do. They're too close together to cover buttons with them, aren't they? You've got all the characters on there. Look, so these are the fabrics that we sold out of earlier on with the, look at that cow with a woolly hat on. Yeah, congratulations if you got hold of that bundle. I'm quite envious of you. Oh, Paul says a label for your scissors. That's a good idea. Oh, this is literally just about to sell out. So again, check out your baskets if you're ordering that way. If you wanted to order on the phone lines, at speed dial, if you don't mind, 0800 001 4433 if you wanted to order that way as well. But we're down to the last couple for those. There. I'm glad you're enjoying Christmas on a Tuesday. Now then, this is all. Do you remember? Well, if you were watching earlier on, we had a huge pile of Allison Marion's kits. That's all we've got left now. 3. There were loads of them. There was literally piles and piles of boxes on here, but we keep selling stuff. That's not a bad thing on a shopping channel, really. Oh, morning, Alan. You're a bit late. Alan's asking about split payments again. Oh, is that Elliot's job? That's what Elliot's doing now. Okay. Has he got the telly on in the office? Oh, he's listening through his headphones, is he? Of course he's listening to Sewing Street on his headphones. Actually, he's probably taking dictation from somebody. He's become a secretary. We're working on it, Alan. I mean, as soon as we can. We are trying. We all want it, so we're trying to get there. Okay, so this is the holly green Christmas tree skirt, which is the one that you can't see because it's all covered up with fabric now. Have we got the little, just, oh, ow, sorry, excuse me. Bear with me a second, I'm just going to get the sample that Alison had started making up so you can get, oh, is Elliot coming through? It's coming in, it's coming in. Right. That's the size that you're going to make. You will have enough to make binding. You will have a hole in the middle of yours and a split down there and then ties to tie it together. This is part of the prep that Alison had made up. This colourway is sold out, but it gives you an idea of the size and the pattern that you're going to make. So that's what it's going to look like size-wise and pattern-wise. It's only squares, so it's not going to be too difficult to make up if you're a beginner. And she will be on at some point. I did have a chat with her earlier on. She's feeling lots better. And I said, are you going to come back? Because people are missing you and demonstrate. And she said, yes, she'd love to. So we just need to get hold of some more stock for her. Right now, is this called blue? So if you look on the website for this option, it is called blue. The green is your backing fabric and binding. And then you've got the blue in the background of these two, and then of course you've got the red there as well. Instructions, of course, are included, and you're getting wadding in the box as well. So there is literally everything that you need. And it's a nice presentation, isn't it? So if you're going to give this as a gift, even if you make, well, you can give the kit as a gift to somebody who sews, but if you make this up, you've still got a nice gift box there that you can give to somebody for Christmas. Stick another label over the top. Stephanie, we've already announced the winner of the competition. Well spotted. Come again tomorrow. We're going to do another one tomorrow. So this is the gingerbread option, which is SIA 217. So this one's a little bit more contemporary with your a gingerbread man with a little bit of sparkle in the stars. And then we have the holly leaves. Again, those are outlined with a bit of sparkle. And a bit of sparkle. No, it's not a sparkle, it's a shimmer, because it's subtle. A little bit of shimmery stars, and then you've got the bright red there as well. These are all £29.99. And the nice thing is they're going to come out year after year, aren't they? But make nice gifts. I was just thinking, I don't remember seeing Christmas tree skirts for sale. Is that something that they do in the, you know, in the garden centres where they just take it in? Well, it's a winter wonderland, isn't it? Probably going to be starting soon. Don't remember seeing them selling Christmas tree skirts. I may be wrong. Have we all gone home? We are live. Mind you, we would say that at 11 o'clock in the morning. You think you're watching a repeat. It is now 20 to 1 on a Tuesday afternoon and we're live, which is unusual, isn't it? We're still here. We're still here. We're still alive. This is Penguin, which is YKA269. We have a Christmas trees and we have the stars and then penguins and reindeer. And what's that? I don't know what it is. Is that Rudolph's got no antlers? Oh, he squashed them under his hat, apparently. Did you know Rudolph was a girl? Apparently male reindeer shed their antlers in the wintertime, but female don't. So Rudolph in the wintertime has antlers. It's got to be a she. Instructions included as well at £29.99. There we go. The table runners, have we got any of those left? We have a few of the table runner kits behind me here. So if you type in table runner on the website, it'll show you those. Or if you type in Allison Marian, it's Maryon, then it'll bring up what we've got left of those as well. But there's really not a lot left. Alison, you know, even though she's not feeling very well, the first thing she says is it going all right? I'm ever so sorry. Go on with you. Go home and get well. Right, what else have we got? Is that everything we've got? We've got the little felt kits, which have been forced onto the tree. So maybe I'll just take one off to show you. These are only £2.99 each, or we bundled them together in groups of 4 for £10.99. And they're really sweet, actually. I'll take one off to show you. What have we got? Let's have a look at the bird. Because they're so easy to make, these ones. Because, I'll show you, they've already got the holes put in them to put the thread through. I was saying earlier on when we showed you these, I would quite happily let my granddaughters loose with this without worrying about scissors or sharp needles, or even getting the stitches in the right place because they've got holes in them already. And for £2.99, stocking fillers. Look at these. So, oh, there's an eye, look. So you've got the shape of the bird, holes already in it. And that's the top of the head. So all you've got to do is kind of arrange them all together. Where's that bit go? That's his wing, which goes here. And we have a red chest, that goes here somewhere. So that goes in there. It's like a jigsaw puzzle. That sticks out there a bit. And then there's a tail. Oops, upside down. Is that right? Something like that. And then the beak goes on there. And the beak goes on. And then we've got some little beads to sew onto the wings as well. So So it is like a jigsaw puzzle. It's quite good fun. So you pop all of these, I think that goes that way, and that goes on there. Did you hear that little elf then? Oh yeah, that goes that way there. Little beat goes in there, I think, like that. And then that goes there. We have the ribbon to go on the top, you've got your thread to go there, and you've got some beads to put on the wings. That's what I like. You've got a little plastic needle in there, so it's even got a ball on the end, so it's not even spiky plastic. There is a regular needle, so if this is for a child, obviously parent supervision, and a little dot for an eye on there. Look, there, little bird. Do you have Christmas parties? You know when oh gosh, I haven't had a kids' party for a long time. Party bags. Or you could actually give them to the kids to sew during the party. That would be quite nice. So they all go home with a finished item each. For £2.99, you could barely buy a bag of sweets, could you, for that much money? Hi, Maggie, she's watching. Donna's still watching. Oh, lovely. Oh, Alan says what? You could make a Christmas frog bean bag with matching fabric gift box with an added pin cushion to keep your bin safe. Off you go then. Put pictures when you've made them. I like beanbag frogs. So this is actually in a bundle. So you can buy this on its own for £2.99. As a bundle, it comes with mistletoe, poinsettia, and a dove, which is over there. But you've got 4 separate boxes, so in effect 4 little gifts. Mince pies are not included. And the other kits, not the mince pies, are also available on their own as well. If you put felt Christmas decoration into the search bar, you should find those. There you go. And this is the second kit. Remember, you've only got 1 postage. Rocking horse. If you go for more than 1, and we have the mug of chocolate. You've got the Christmas pudding and the Christmas jumper. Oh, let me just pop that back in there again. I want to open the rocking horse. Oh, do you know? I was looking through some old photo albums yesterday. We've got loads of them because back in those days when nothing was digital, everything was printed out and put into albums. So we've got quite a few now. I still have a rocking horse that Mum and Dad bought me and my sister when we were little. I don't ever remember a time when we didn't have this rocking horse. And it's a proper, it's one on the bar rockers, so it rocks that way. And it's beautiful. I had it restored a few years ago and it's got a new mane. It's got the leather saddle and everything. But I actually found a Christmas card from my mum and dad for my first Christmas. So I would have been 6 months old, and the rocking horse was a gift to me and my sister that Christmas. So it was, you know, Happy Christmas, Deborah, and I hope you like the rocking horse and all that kind of thing. But then it was like a diary of what I did on the day. And I had, you know, Deborah got up at whatever time it was, and we opened her presents and we showed her the rocking horse, and she was sick. Wasn't that nice? I know what I did on my very first Christmas. I threw up. Mind you're 6 months old, you do when you're that age, don't you? I tell you what was quite funny. My mum wrote diaries, and so when she's been gone for, oh gosh, 10 years or more now. But she wrote, just think, you know, here's the weather. Deborah's coming to visit today. You know, my dad's at work. It was only little snippets of what actually happened. But I went back through all of these diaries, just reading about the weather and who was visiting and all that kind of stuff. And I got back to the day of my birth. And I just thought, this is going to be so meaningful, isn't it? So July the 4th, 1960, had Deborah. I'm hoping it's because she wrote that entry on the day. Born at home, While my dad was out getting the midwife with my sister on the back of a motorbike, getting her out of the way, my mum brought the bed downstairs because she wanted to have me in the living room. So she carried a single bed all the way downstairs, set it up, made the bed and had me. Don't we talk about funny things on Sewing Street? Aren't we? We don't talk about sewing much, do we? Right, let's have a look at this rocking horse. Might need to see a picture of that one. Oh, look, so that's the rocker. Oh, that's good. Didn't notice that before. So you can put, they're 3 dimensions, you can put the tail in the middle. There, look at that. So that's a good idea. That's actually the mane. So that will go in there somehow, like that. Oh, look. Sparkly mane and tail. That just goes in there like that. So the rocker goes under there. Oh, then we've got the saddle. And where's the other bits? So that'll go, oh, that goes on first. Aren't these sweet? And that goes on there. You could glue those on, I suppose. And then pink, so that's the nose. Yeah, you'd have to glue those on. And the little ears. So there's even the pink bit to go in the middle of the ear, look. So that goes in there. And that goes there. Oh, it's a great way to keep the kids busy actually on Christmas Day, isn't it? That's a bow that goes around the present there. Oh, these are lovely. And we've got, that's a green present that goes there. And look, it's even got a little tie around it, and the blue one that goes there, and the tie around that. Oh no, the blue one would have to go on the green, wouldn't it? And that goes on there. Where does that little green box go? Oh, that's the strap that goes underneath there like that. And there's the eye. Do you know, oops, you could keep the kids busy, but you could keep yourself busy with these. And then you've got the little beads again that you can put all on this saddle. If I show you the picture, there's beads going around the saddle, and then you've got your baker's twine to go there and across for that bit. And then you can decorate all of this with your beads there as well. You're not going to get any cooking done on Christmas Day, are you, when you've got all these to play with? And that's only £2.99. Again, you've got your plastic needle. There is the proper needle because your embroidery thread, you can be sewing through this as well. But for youngsters, that's perfect, isn't it? What a lovely little set. To be honest, you know, when you see something, you think £2.99 is going to be rubbish, isn't it? But this is actually really sweet. I'm impressed with Trimmets. Well done. They're all £2.99 individually. If you want to go for, whoops, oh, my eye's rolling. Actually, so that goes there, that's in there. The complete kit, you have the rocking horse and the jumper, and you've got the Christmas pudding. And, oh no, that's the jumper, sorry. That's a mug with hot chocolate with cream on top. And, yeah, Hilary, I was just thinking gluing the eyes on because there's no holes to put the beads on. So, yeah, you could glue those. I would use the Vitamin HT2, which I don't know if we've got back in stock again. We sold that out. But I'd use that because it doesn't come off. Christine, we have a lovely time every day here on Sewing Street. But especially when it's Christmas, then why not? We've had an interesting morning this morning. Technical issues this morning. And oh, now the Christmas wonders, I still haven't got through a cup of coffee all day, but that's fine. Because you shouldn't really have coffee in the studio anyway. Yeah, Paul's made me 4 already. I think Elliot made me 1 and I've made a couple myself. Oh, I could stand up. But 5, I need to sit down after 5 hours. I'm too old to be stood up all that time. Right. Oh, now I've messed all these up as well. Let's have a look at the caramel coloured hearts, which is JYU197. So I wouldn't buy that on its own. I think it needs a partner, and it's got to be the script on gold, I think. The two of those together look really lovely. But this is the hearts. A little bit of foiling on here, multi-directional, which means I can make the most of it, which we love. But I think it goes really well with that one, personally. Are we out of time already? Oh, no, oh, we've got 8 minutes yet. Oh. So the one that you need to go with that one is LNU 197. Because I don't think it goes with the others. I know it's a collection, but those three go together, those two go together. So I wouldn't mix them myself, personally. We've decided the script's a bit random on this. It is in no particular language unless gibberish double Dutch counts. So that's those. Then we have these are so different. This is very clean and very fresh. RVU 148 for the blue and silver hearts. It's that grey that I love again. I just think it's really classy. And oh, get on there. Who was saying earlier on that they loved a blue and silver Christmas? This is going to be perfect for you then, isn't it? And to go with it, actually there's two fabrics to go with this one, so if you want matching, you're going to be spoilt for choice. Because let's do the dark heart. So this is WMU 127, if you wanted to go for those two together. They're just really, you know, pattern fabric, particularly the same pattern, doesn't necessarily go together, does it? But these do. But then we've also got the MKU 132, and that goes as well. So you could use all three of those together without them fighting against each other, which I think is fabulous. Okay, we've only got about 5 minutes left. If you've got any questions, comments you want to come through really quickly, we are live at the moment at 5 to 1, 7 minutes to 1 in the afternoon. It seems like a Sunday, doesn't it? Doesn't seem like a Tuesday. I'm not normally here on a Tuesday. I'm not here on Sunday this week because it's my daughter's 30th birthday on Saturday. So I'm not going to bed at 8 o'clock. So I'll be with you Monday instead next week, and then we'll be back to regular Sundays. I love Sunday mornings here on Sewing Street. Mind you, Tuesdays have been very nice this morning. I'm glad I came in today. I wouldn't want to miss out on Christmas at all. Okay, we'll have a look on the website for anything else that we have. We do still have a few of Alison's kits left, so again, have a look on the website for the details of those. And everything that you see that's dressing the set today, as in the gift bag, the Christmas stocking, Delphine's kits are still available as well, the Stag's Head. And I'm amazed because normally we say Delphine's coming in and everything sells before. Oh, I don't think I'll be drinking that. We've had to restock apparently for tomorrow's show. But yes, say Delphine's name and they normally sell out straight away. They're beautiful. And again, have a look on the website. Those are all available. Do you know what? It's Christmas again tomorrow. Do you want to have a look at what's coming up? Oh, well, at 8 o'clock in the morning, it's Christmas Makes with Wendy Orlando. And Christmas fabric and kits at 9 o'clock in the morning. At 10 o'clock, a Liberty Christmas quilt with Wendy again. Oh, Wendy's working hard tomorrow. More Christmas fabrics at 11 o'clock and Beginner's Christmas Foundation paper piecing again with Wendy Orlando. And we're going to have another competition where you can you can spot Santa's key and be with the chance this time of winning some Liberty fabrics. 2.5 meters. And of course you can enter again if you enter today. There's no reason why you can't enter tomorrow as well. But yeah, Kat says don't email her yet, she's going home. You've got to see where the key is first of all. You need to hide it a bit better, I think, tomorrow. If you're watching Victoria Peat show at 11 o'clock, we do still have some of those kits available for you as well. So again, if you can get online, then that's going to be the best place to go. I think I'm all up to date with messages on Facebook. So thank you so much for joining us. It's been lovely to have your company. Thank you to all of your messages. Alison, if you managed to watch now, then you haven't got much stuff left. Well done, lass, even though you're not here. But we hope you get better soon, so we'll keep in touch there. And we shall see you, or Vicky shall see you with Wendy again bright and early tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. Enjoy the rest of your Christmas.